Thank you. Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask my colleagues to please unmute and join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Because this is a remote meeting, I will ask Ms. Sullivan to please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Present.
Ms. Lopera,
Present.
Mr. Meta, Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Present.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Present.
Ms. Robinson.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion for the school committee to adjourn to executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Boston Association of School Administrators and Supervisors, also known as BASIS. To have this discussion in an open meeting could have a negative impact on the committee's bargaining position. The committee will return to public session at 5:30 p.m. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. At this time, I'll ask my fellow members, the superintendent and staff, to log off from this public session and join the executive session using the Zoom link sent out by Ms. Sullivan. We'll see you in a moment. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. The committee just returned from an executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Boston Association of School Administrators and Supervisors, also known as BASIS. To have this discussion in an open meeting could have a negative impact on the committee's bargaining position. Tonight's session is being shared live on Zoom. It will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. The recording will be available in all of the BPS languages. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the June 7th meeting link. The meeting documents have been translated into all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The committee is pleased to offer live simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo Verdeano, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. The interpretation feature has been activated. Click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to select your language preference. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you to everyone who signed up for public comment. Sign up for public comment closed today at 4:30 p.m. Please make sure that you are signed into Zoom under the name you signed up for public comment. You can use the Zoom tools to rename yourself so that committee staff will be able to recognize you when it comes time to call on you. We will begin with the approval of minutes. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the May 24th, 2023 school committee meeting as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. LaPera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The minutes are approved unanimously.
thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We'll now move on to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Mary Skipper.
Thank you, Chair Robinson, and good evening to the members and to our audience. A few things to start. During public comment tonight, we're going to hear testimony from a variety of stakeholders about the leadership at Boston Latin Academy. We've been working with the school, specifically the school leader, Gavin Smith, and the president of the BTU, Jessica Tang, in an attempt to find common ground and frankly de-escalate things, but always with a focus of what is best for a healthy school culture and climate in support of our students. The past 2 years of the pandemic recovery have been difficult for school leaders and educators everywhere. What is abundantly clear is that everyone cares deeply about the future of this school community. We will continue to work with the head of school, Gavin, who has certainly led through challenging times, and our teachers union to find resolutions. I also want to orient my report around a fairly big announcement that we made yesterday. And it was really an honor to join our mayor, along with students, school leaders, community and business leaders, and our very own Chairperson Robinson and Vice Chair O'Neill, for the announcement of our vision and commitment for our high schools. Yesterday's announcement was big, it was bold, and it's what our students deserve. The incremental change that we've been settling for just isn't enough for our students, especially our Black and Brown students, our special education, and our multilingual learners who have been historically underserved in the BPS. Our vision for all BPS high schools is supported by 4 pillars. The first, rigorous academics with challenging coursework and programming, along with supports they need to excel academically. The second pillar, a community hub strategy with connections to Boston's world-class institutions, employers, and community organizations. Our third pillar, creating diverse and accessible college and career pathways. And lastly, new and renovated facilities at the scale and size to meet students' aspirations. There were a lot of exciting announcements yesterday that support these 4 pillars. Some of the highlights or among them, expanding the Margarita Muniz Academy, which is a Spanish dual language school, by adding a 7th and 8th grade, making it the latest high school to go 7th through 12th. At Charlestown High, announcing that it will become the first open enrollment high school, offering early college and dual enrollment to every student through a deep partnership with Bunker Hill Community College. We call this the 13th year, and this allows students to earn credits toward their associate's degree. Lastly, we must be able to deliver on our promise for new and renovated facilities at the scale and size to meet our students' aspirations and interests. I'm talking not just academics, but athletic facilities, multi-use fields, spaces for the arts and innovation programming in STEM, and spaces that allow students to thrive in the least restrictive environment with all of the services that they need. As part of yesterday's announcement, the mayor and I shared our commitment to rebuild and expand the Madison Park Technical Vocational High School so that it would be the world-class, fully modernized vocational technical school across the entire Malcolm X Boulevard campus in the heart of Roxbury. A design process to reimagine that campus will begin this summer, building on a visionary study that has engaged Madison Park students, families, educators, staff, and partners over the last school year. Madison Park will become a hub for workforce development in the heart of Roxbury, serving Boston's young people and adult learners alike. Early stakeholder conversations through the visioning study have proposed new CTE programming in environmental science and technology, biotechnology, early childhood education, robotics, and aviation technology. In an early commitment from the business community, the city announced that JetBlue has pledged to support a new aviation technology pathway at Madison Park. Utilizing the entire campus for Madison Park to be the world-class CTE school, we know means we have to find a new home for O'Brien School. The O'Brien family has been incredibly supportive and excited about the possibility of moving the O'Brien to the current REC, West Roxbury Education Complex. We know this is a big change, and we'll be talking to students, families, and staff over the coming months about this proposal. The possibilities are exciting, as we could build out the kinds of science labs, athletic facilities, STEM programming, arts programming, music programming, and so much more that students deserve. We look forward to engaging with both the Madison Park School community and the O'Brien community on all of this exciting work. Yesterday's announcement was really important and big step for building the kinds of schools that our students deserve and support their academic success. As we think about all of the places we are expanding, we also need to evaluate all of our current schools and programs. This is why the work of the design study and the facilities condition assessment are going to be so important to help inform future decisions about what to do with facilities and programs that are limited with space and offerings. This work will help inform our long-term facilities plan that will be designed to build spaces that support our student success. Right now, I truly believe we're in a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Too often in K-12 education, we settle for incremental change. Incremental changes are no longer enough for our young people in our city. The difference now is everyone from our students to our parents, to our members of the community and neighborhoods, they're aligned in an understanding that we have a chance to build our elementary and high schools in a way that we never have before, in a way that supports our students, families, and communities in every way possible. We will have our share of exciting new opportunities and difficult decisions to make in the months and years to come. We must keep our focus on making decisions that can have the greatest positive impact and outcome for our students who attend now in the BPS and who will attend in the future. I also want to shout out in June, this is such a wonderful month for celebrations and graduations and moving on ceremonies. Importantly, June is also Pride Month. I'm excited to mark the beginning of LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Our community values every student, family, and staff member for who they are and their unique contributions to our classrooms and district. Every aspect of each person's identity, experiences, and culture enriches our schools. Collectively, our goal is to welcome and respect each individual, particularly members of groups that have historically been marginalized. Our school's gender and sexualities alliances, or we call GSAs, are a vital, safe, and affirming place for our LGBTQ plus students. In a recent survey, more than 60 schools reported having an active GSA chapter. We recently held our district-wide annual gathering for GSA participants and supported the Amplify GSA Leadership Summit, which was held at Boston Arts Academy. A shout out for the Winship, a particular student, Tanoshi Inomata from the Winship School, who competed in the National Script Spelling Bee. He was one of 200 students from around the country competing to win that honor. Mayor Wu, Boston School Committee Chair Robinson, and Vice Chair O'Neill, and we all had the honor of celebrating the outstanding accomplishments of the 2023 Boston Public Schools valedictorians yesterday at Fenway Park, last week. The ceremony brought together a diverse group of high-achieving students, their families, and esteemed members of the community. Mayor Wu, the Boston School Committee, and I honored 33 seniors who are graduating at the top of their class. The students were accompanied by their school leaders and 2 loved ones. Each valedictorian received a $100 Amazon e-gift card, a citation from the Boston School Committee and superintendent, and 4 free tickets, which was a surprise, to see the Boston Red Sox, which were presented by Red Sox president Sam Kennedy. And many of our school committee members also attended. It was a wonderful, wonderful event. This is the time when sports seasons come to an end, and we celebrate those that have risen to the occasion and a victory. So just a shout out to those who have won the city championships. For the boys volleyball, it was the O'Brien Tigers. For the outdoor track and field, for girls, it was the Latin Academy Dragons. And for the boys, it was the Latin Academy Dragons. For baseball, it was English High School's Eagles. For softball, it was Boston Latin Academy's Dragons. And for middle school volleyball, it was the Roosevelt. So much to celebrate. Over the next few weeks, we will see our seniors off as they graduate. And I'm sure at the next school committee meeting, I'll report out on all of the many graduations I and all of you will attend. Really a wonderful class of seniors coming up who certainly have been through a very different type of high school experience, having begun, and through the pandemic, and have still shown resilience and gone on to do some amazing things already. And we know we'll continue to. So we'll keep them in our thoughts, and their families in our thoughts as they kind of go into these last couple of weeks of celebration. With that, Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you. I'll
You're
now open it up to questions and discussion from the committee. I want to remind everyone about the agreed upon norm that we each have 5 minutes. That's 1 to 2 questions. We've got a really packed agenda tonight, so I'm going to hold folks to 2 rounds. And if you have other questions, hopefully that you will be able to write them and get them into the superintendent. I want to also remind BPS staff to be brief with your response. So with that, I'd like to open it up. Questions for the superintendent? No questions for the superintendent? Mr. O'Neill.
I was deferring to my fellow members, but I might as well jump in. Superintendent, thank you for the announcements. I was wondering if you could add a bit more detail about the high school process in particular. Obviously the question will come up about the number of seats that we have. And I know this is just the beginning of a process, community engagement, that type of thing. It was great to hear the mayor's commitment to this and not contingent upon getting MSBA funding. I did note that. So clearly this is going to be a city for both of these projects, as well as others that we'll have to do. So just help me out a little bit more about the thinking on the timing of this. I know we have, Green New Deal, bigger picture coming up. So why is that not included in this now? Just kind of help frame this a little bit better for me, please.
Sure. So thank you for the question. I think, as we've said all along, we're waiting for the facilities conditions report with the intent that in the fall, we'll have a lot more formal information, and that is going to inform the master plan. I think in the case of these two big projects, I think in the case of Madison, that's something that has begun in the form of feedback in the design survey. In the case of the O'Brien and Rec and any potential, relocation there, again, we're talking 26 at the earliest. You're talking sort of several years away. And so I think the first is we wanted to just put it out there, having done some feasibility on the Rec site to know that it has good bones, but obviously it would need a gut renovation. We just wanted to sort of put it out there to start to get feedback on this, because it will be several years in the making. So really, I think that's why now for those two, similar, with Madison, the idea of being able to use the whole facility opens up lots of opportunities there, even around dreaming about programming. In terms of the enrollment piece, I think that there's a couple of things. I think one is we were talking very much about 7th and 8th grade seats for sure, as part of the increase in enrollment, potential enrollment in both sites. For the O'Brien, they're due to space constraint, they take in a much smaller 7th grade, which then yields a much smaller 8th grade. So really the additional seats would be mostly concentrated in those 7th and 8th grade seats. In the case of Madison, it was with the idea that it could go up to 2,200. Again, I think there's, depending on how many programs get placed in there, and what the community and the ultimately the design calls for, that could, keep that number or could lower that number. I think we're way too early to really know that. All of this is, what we've said all along, which is that in thinking about all of our schools, that, there are buildings right now that will, in the facilities conditions, come out that don't yield support for the kind of programming we're talking about. And I think at the high school level in particular, when you're talking about athletic facilities and arts and music showcasing and, and auditoriums and things like that, there's, frankly, like for some of our facilities, they just don't have that. And for some of our smaller schools, they're at such an economy of scale that they really can't afford to do that kind of programming. So I think this is what we're deeply looking at, and will be also through the design, the pre-K to 6 design and the 7 to 12 design, that will come out. So come fall next year, these will be the hard decisions that we're going to have to grapple with around the schools that we currently have, the buildings we currently have, and what proposed changes we'll make to be able to deal with the enrollment shrinkage and the lack of, ability of some of the facilities to do the kind of level quality programming that we're looking to have. So really, that is conversations that are being thought about, but really need to be informed by the reports that are coming. I think in the case of O'Brien and Madison, these are two that, in the case of Madison, there's already a process attached to it, and getting some terrific feedback from the community, just wonderful community participation. And in the case of the O'Brien, the whole point was to put it out there to get some of that feedback.
And I struggled when I first heard of, the potential O'Brien moving to West Roxbury. What was enlightening for me was talking with Dr. O'Brien yesterday and his 3 brothers. And I guess they went and toured the campus along with the mayor, and hearing their feedback and thoughts of it. One of the brothers actually attended the West Roxbury campus, one of the, I think, Urban Science Academy that we had out there.
That's right.
And hearing their feedback about it, one thing we started talking about was the commuter rail runs right there.
It does.
And we should be starting conversations with the state about adding, not just transporting students from the station that's a mile away, but actually adding a stop there that stops during school hours. The Globe has an article today that the commuter rail, quite frankly, more people are taking it than the regular T, and because it's seen as more reliable. And the commuter rail comes from South Station and Back Bay and would literally stop yards from the school, I think that could make a big difference for our students in transportation accessibility. So it's just something to think about. And I know we got a lot to go and I'm out of time. So sorry, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. LaPera?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, for the report. Appreciate you hearing you say that there's more that needs to be done in terms of understanding what programs or perhaps what schools are really underutilized and how we can perhaps divert resources to areas that could be better utilized. I'm wondering if, as we're doing the facilities condition, as well as seeing where we are with capacity, how are we taking into account, I feel like I've talked about this for elementary school, but obviously this applies for high school as well. How are we taking into account where majority of families live within our city who are already engaging with BPS as we're making decisions for where high schools are being located? Because I imagine that we can't just say, this is a great piece of land, let's put a school there, if we don't really have a desire from that immediate community or a need from that immediate community for schools, for students to participate.
Yeah. So thank you, Ms. LaPerna. So I think, you know, our high schools are all citywide. So we really kind of draw, very few draw from immediately, like the walk zone, where you have more concentrations of high school, that might happen a little bit more. But, you know, when we sort of look at the high schools, particularly like on the perimeter, they kind of draw from all over. This is all data that will and is getting looked at through the Panda team, just even in terms of like projections of the grades that will come up, and where those students live as well, to sort of see where the needs are. So it won't be just choosing random locations. Like we really will need to think about where particular schools are serving a concentration of students, and how to make that the easiest possible for students to get to a local school.
Correct.
That said, I think, you know, the value of programming across the high schools is to also give choice and opportunity, recognizing that no schools are going to be able to give students everything they're looking for. So particularly as we look at early college, particularly as we look at career, there's going to be, by the high school students, gravitation that, for instance, if they want aviation, these 3 schools may have aviation. If they want business, those 4 schools may have business pathways. And if they're looking for, say they want to go to UMass, they may look at the high schools that have pathways directly to UMass. So I also think layered into the choice of proximity will also be how we build up the programming for the high schoolers. You know, same with sports and arts and music and things like that.
So that makes sense to me when you're thinking about entry points at 9th grade, but considering that we are moving to 7 through 12 grade configurations, then I think that it's really important for us to still think about proximity and also just universal experience, because we also can't expect our 7th graders to, you know, to have a career path decided at that point. I haven't figured out what my career path is at this stage in my life, right? And so to expect that from our middle schoolers, I'm just thinking, how are we thinking about universal design as well of experience for our middle school students, and that it's not solely focused on the high school experience?
No, that's right. And so the 7th, we are currently looking at where the pre-K to 6s sort of end, where they're located, where natural, even for the K8s, that would be kind of phasing down if it warrants it, to 7th and 8th grade feeder, where those high school opportunities are for them, and where we might need to generate additional, if you have a concentration of pre-K to 6 or K to 8s in a given area. What's been interesting is I go out to the schools, the leaders actually talk to me about it. You know, they're already kind of thinking, those that have a 7th, 8th grade, they're already thinking about where a feeder could be or where most of their students go. So I think what's also happening is the high schools are coming down to the 7th grade, or proposing to, some of that is starting to already generate in conversation with the communities, which is great, to have that kind of happen organically. But that is all part of, you know, when we're looking at, you know, when Panda sort of is looking at prediction across the district, those will be factored into the recommendations. If there aren't enough high school seats in a particular area, we still always obviously want choice, and for high schoolers entering in 7th grade to have some choice with that. Sometimes, you know, my experience is students will pick because their siblings went there, and their family went there, or because there's a particular thematic that they know they're interested in, that they, you know, it's a theme that they want to be able to do. And so they pick for lots of different reasons, kind of how they come up. And I say that just having had Tech Boston as a 6 to 12, that even at that 6th grade level, you sort of see some of that kind of origin of picking. But, you know, we need to have choice and entree points in for the students, both at the 7th grade, but also at the 9th grade, and to be able to change if they want to. So there's lots that we have to think about in the high school design. This is where I think talking to our leaders is really important, because they better than anyone sort of understand the map of where their families are interested in going, where their families are going, and their students are going. So those will all be parts of the conversations in the summer, in the fall, and next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez.
All right, I'm going to go fast and thank you for the update. And I think one thing first, you know, I've heard about this here tonight and obviously from the press release and the Globe article, but I am excited to see if there's any sort of collateral that's being developed around the plan that we can look at or browse through, because this is super new news, at least to me. And so I just don't know if there's something we can expect and how we can learn more about the moves.
Yeah, so I do believe that in these 2 projects there will be. Del, could I ask you to maybe give an update of timeline?
While we're getting perfect, Del's here. I only have 2 rounds, so I just want to get in as many questions as I can. Del.
In terms of the project starting, the projects are slated to start in school year at the beginning, of 2025. When they're slated to complete, we're not sure yet. As these projects go into design, we'll have a clearer timeline on completion. We're starting the community engagement process for Madison Park. Our first, Madison Park has been an ongoing process, but our next community meeting will be on June 16th at 5:30, and O'Brien, we're starting the process, and our first community meeting will be on June 20th at 5:30.
And then, so I guess in time, we will hear more. There's nothing it was such a big meaty announcement with a lovely press release, but is there any there for us to understand? I think maybe it's existing in a lot of people's heads and then at a dais or a podium, but I haven't seen anything to understand it. Maybe I'm just a visual learner.
Yeah, so Del, I think on Madison, there's certainly what's been done already with kind of the design survey.
And also we have a draft of the Madison Park educational plan as well. On the O'Brien, this is new, and we're starting the community focus meetings, and also that's going to lead into sort of the designs, the visioning and design study. Madison, we've already completed the visioning sessions, and there's already a draft of the ed plan.
Copy. I'm going to move this along just because I have other questions, but this is probably the biggest sort of high school move we've made in a very long time as a city. So I just hope that the school committee can stay connected to this and the information as it comes. I'm going to just moved into another set of questions. I guess I'm curious about how we're thinking about seat expansion here. If I remember sort of from our last time together, we were talking about the Madison Park admissions process and the change to admissions. We were told in that meeting, I think 33 or 35% of kids currently at the school were being administratively placed, and we were building an admissions policy that would screen out those students, which would require us to do major recruitment to backfill the seats with kids who wanted to make that choice. I guess I'm just curious, as we think about expanding, how do we sort of reconcile that, and sort of where's the thinking?
Sure. So I think kind of succinctly, first of all, 7th and 8th grade are part of those numbers, right? Which currently they're not. Additionally, we're talking about not only so the building itself would enable us to expand the number of CTE programs. And the belief is the more quality programs and the world-class state-of-the-art building is going to be attractive in a way that currently it's not. Additionally, I think to your point, which I thought was an excellent one in the last meeting, we need to do a better job in the younger grades of letting our students and families see what Madison has to offer. And that means literally going to Madison, doing summer program, like actually having them set foot so that they can actually get excited about what career tech looks like. Additionally, we send students out of district for programs we don't offer. And so by being able to expand programs, we can keep more of our students in and potentially in the district in general.
I love you too. I love you too, Superintendent, but I was talking to my guy who just brought me a snack. Thank you so much. One more question here, I guess, and maybe it's building off of Lorena's question, or Miss Lopete's question, apologies, is, I think it's like 20% of Black and Latino students in 7th grade read on grade level in Boston, which is like a proper state of emergency, I just want to say. And at the same time, we are asking those students to make choices about careers that many of them are not even reading on grade level to fully comprehend the impact of that. And I fear anytime we move, and I think like two things can be true, right? Like, I was an assistant principal at a P-TECH, like a great technical education can change lives and change cycles of poverty. And at the same time, we can create paths that ghettoize young people who have less access and less skills. And so I'm just sort of curious how we reconcile this ask to make sharper career choices without the same sort of pressure, I guess, to perform at grade level and be able to compete nationally with their peers.
Right. So I think so. Again, excellent question. I think Madison's intent and desire to go 7th is not around students picking career and vocation earlier. It's actually the opposite. It's about youth. The focus is really on the academic programming and being able to close the gaps that you're actually talking about. So really 7th and 8th grade is about core rigor academics. There's also the opportunity for actually them to go through more exploration. So it doesn't change, in vocational ed, 9th grade is exploratory. So everybody rotates through. 7th and 8th grade would actually enable them to rotate through more so they could actually see far more shops over the course of their 3 years, as opposed to right now where they can only see what they see in the 9th grade and then have to make a choice.
You're muted.
I said thank you, and that makes sense.
You're welcome.
I'm out of time.
Mhm. Okay. Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, y thank you, Superintendent, por el reporte. Yo tengo dos preguntas con relación al anuncio que hicieron ayer de la Madison Park y la O'Brien.
Okay.
Thank you, Superintendent, for your report. I just have a couple of questions with respect to the announcement that was made yesterday regarding the Madison Park and the O'Brien.
En estos procesos, quienes se benefician y afectan son nuestros estudiantes y nuestras familias.
In this, through this process, the ones who are being benefited and the ones who are affected are the students and the families.
Entonces es importante medir el impacto que va a tener estos cambios que van a tener, estos cambios de localidad, estos cambios de dirección.
So it is important to keep in mind in the measurement of the impact that this transfer will create.
Escuché que comenzaría a principios del año 2025.
I heard that this will start at the beginning of 2025.
Entonces, debe haber un plan que esté diseñado para involucrar a las familias, para medir el impacto que va a tener en la comunidad, ya que cambiaría de lugar. ¿Cuál es el plan para medir si han pensado la línea de tiempo para medir el impacto y también para involucrar a la familia en esto?
So now, what is the plan? Is there a plan, a design plan to involve families? And also, is there a plan to measure the impact that this will create, given that the location will be changed from one community to another? So what's the timeline for this, the impact that would create in the families?
Yeah, go ahead. Y el transporte también, la dificultad que vemos sobre la transportación en ese sentido. Y sabemos quiénes, si ustedes han medido el impacto de quiénes son las familias y los estudiantes que van a ser más tocados.
And also the transportation, the difficulty that families will have with transportation. I don't know if you will measure the impact that this will cause to who are the families that will be impacted.
Yes. So thank you. So the first question, and I know Dell will chime in on this, but first of all, it's a proposal. So the goal is to get feedback, and Dell is going to set a series of dates to start to get information back from families, students, staff, community. If the project moves forward, if the proposal moves forward, the earliest that construction at West Roxbury would sort of happen would be around 25. So it's really the following year that would be the earliest for any student movement.
And Superintendent, I can jump in.
I just wanted to make sure that the interpreter got that. Rafa, Ms. Polanco Garcia, did you get that?
Sí.
Okay, all right, great. Okay, Del, go for it.
Sorry about that. So just to add on to what Superintendent Skipper just shared, we are ensuring that families, alumni, school staff are a part of this process. So as we move from where we are right now into if this moves forward and we move into design, staff, students, and families are going to be a part of the design process. And our the city team PFD that's going to be leading a lot of this work is prepared to pull a committee that involves our family and staff and alumni to be a part of the conversation, a part of the design, like selection and all of that good stuff. So we are making sure, and there are the larger community meetings, which we're starting on June 20th with the broader community. So we want to make sure, and I think it's key to have the community a part of this process. And on the transportation piece, we started the conversation with the transportation team already on one sort of like what shuttle services would look like for students. As you know, year over year, students pulling from different parts of the city would change. Right now, we have 10% of our students pulling from the East Boston area. So thinking through how we design shuttle services for students in that area is like key to this work, not just to and from school, but also thinking through some of our after school programming and partnerships. And I also know that the mayor and her team is also committed to having conversation with the state surrounding commute accessibility on the commuter rail for students as well.
Okay. I have a question before I go back to Mr. Cardet Hernandez. And in talking to people in the community and also to some of our members, it would be helpful to understand the process, because we're going to be going through this process many times, in which we will get to a point where we are ready to make an announcement. And I guess the issue is, to Mr. Cardet Hernandez's point, will we get a playbook or a listing or something that helps us in a couple of ways? A, understand what goes on before the day that we get to making even the kind of announcement that we made yesterday. Who's involved, what's involved, that gets us to just that point. And then how do we, calm everyone's fears, community, parents, students, to understand, what are those things that need to happen next? The question is, I'm not saying you need to tell us every intimate detail, but what is the process? So like, what are the kinds of things that had to happen in order to get us to this? I mean, we were talking to someone, we've been looking at issues. How does the public understand that piece? Because that seems to be the big surprise to people, that all of a sudden we'll have an announcement that nobody had heard anything about. Yes, but so what is going on to get us to this?
So Del, I think you can just sort of explain going forward with the Green New Deal how we'll be briefing school committee on capital planning components. But I would say in this, it sort of started with seeing that property has been abandoned, right, for the last 5 years or 7 years actually. And so I think the first piece was whether it was even viable. So that sort of had to be teased out. I think then it was also getting deeper enough into the design study of Madison to sort of see what was going to be needed and what was possible. O'Brien is one of our largest schools. It's also one of our most complex in the sense of STEM. It has a very deliberate focus. So there's only so many scenarios of where it could go to actually fit it that's available. So I think that was sort of kind of the initial, and I think this is an example where it's a proposal, right? It's not everything's been worked up and there's like a design, and it's the proposal piece. So I think in the other cases, I think with Charlestown, that's an example where we've been working on the programming with Bunker Hill in a number of our high schools. And as you know, we did the 13th year at Fenway with UMass, and have really want to figure out what that wall-to-wall looks like in an open enrollment school, because that's going to impact the rest of our open enrollments. So that's been work that's being done with Bunker Hill, and it worked really beautifully with the location of Charlestown High. I think in MMA's case, they had actually put forward a 7th grade before, actually when I was here. And it's always been a vision of MMA to expand, and it fits very well with our bilingual, dual language schooling that we want to expand. And the building was also half empty. So these, I think, are, as they come together, as we get like the rest of the facilities conditions reports, there'll be other puzzle pieces that we will start to sort of look at. Sometimes they fit, sometimes they don't fit. But that's where like kind of origins, it's always kind of done trying to initially think, is this something the community embraces? Is it something the school leader embraces? In the case of O'Brien, we, out of ultimate respect, wanted to consult the O'Brien family. But again, it's a proposal. And then Del, I don't know if you just want to add for capital planning, what might be like a good cadence.
Thank you, Superintendent. So just to add on to the superintendent's point for future decision-making surrounding like these big announcements. So currently the capital planning team in collaboration with PFD, the city's team, and a whole host of different partners are working on the school design study. There's a couple of pieces that will come out of the school design study. There's the design specification, the education, the ed specs, and also coming out of that study would be a rubric. The capital planning team has started designing what that rubric process would look like. So that rubric will inform in the future all of our renovation, how we look at school mergers and school closures across the district. That involves a lot of community process, right? So, for example, today we spent a lot of time thinking through how we pull the community into a discussion by looking at work that has done across the country when looking at like how to design a rubrics that were designed. And so very like within the next couple of weeks, we will be pulling in the community to start having the discussion surrounding like the rubric design. So we are going to work in collaboration with the community to design what that rubric looks like that would help in the future inform those decision making. So we'll have like a foundation that everyone, like the school committee, the broader community, schools, etc., would have access to and would be able to share feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
I have so many questions, but 2 rounds, alas. So I'm going to ask one, I guess particularly, and I've actually talked to the chair about this separately. You know, I think part of the issue here often is just around like the sort of information sharing around school. And I don't know, I think we're probably one of the few choice systems in the country that doesn't print a clear directory and have a very clear centralized way for families to make informed choices about schools and to be able to really publicly hold schools accountable in sharing program details that are fresh and current, and then letting folks make choices. It's a, you know, I find that conversations, you know, we're Boston, so we love our history, but conversations feel so historical. It's like the school used to do this, or it did this, and it's much harder to get clarity on what is happening at a school today, right now. And I just hope, you know, it's also an interesting budget process for us as a school committee. We're like, we just vote up and down, but we're not part of helping to like lobby for a particular budget piece. But I do hope, so this is my lobby now, because I like to flip the script here. My plea is that we build into future planning real effort to be able to produce collateral that will help families make informed choices, a uniformed structure that tells you if a school has a uniform, what AP classes are offered, are there special career pathways, is there a partnership with the college or not? Because right now it's just oral history. And if like you're in the right room at the right party, you get the information. And if you're not, best of luck to you, you know? And so it's less of a question. And it's just like, we can redesign schools till the sun comes up. But if you don't read the Globe or watch school committee or have a neighbor who tells you, you're really fresh out of luck.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think I can say at the high school level, when there were a lot of choice around career tech and pathway programming, there was actually publication to share with families. Clearly, like, we need to use multimedia, right? So that it isn't just one format. And it would be very nice, like, in my dream world, where parents could, or a student could go on and say, answer a series of questions, and then actually get a list of schools that have those particular things. I think that's the level of direct connection to the families that we want to strive for. So that is something we will work toward. You have my commitment on that. And it has to be in a way that it can easily update. Because frankly, the school the handbook piece doesn't work so well, because things change and then it's the same handbook 3 years in a row. So we have to get to be much more nimble about it, and to make sure that it's in our languages, it's accessible to our families. So this will be an area, as we're working through, particularly at the high school level, the different options, we're going to want to present those and make them available to our families.
And I will also just advocate here, yes, it has to be nimble, and we should have updates on school programs going into the new school year every year, and schools should be planning for that sort of communication around what programs they offer. But also, like, we spend money on really bizarre things. And so, like, printing things for a kid to take home and be like, this is the book that I go through when I have to choose what high school I'm going to next year, and it has all the information I need so that I can sit with my guidance counselor and say, these are the 12 that I think I like, let's talk through it. I think I left last week or 2 weeks ago sort of in shock, right? About 36% of kids being administratively placed at one particular school, and that we have young people who don't rank any option and are placed. And that is no longer a choice system. That is, like, we have, like, failed to actually let people make informed choices. I left our meeting last week. I talked to the chair about it this week. Like, I couldn't move past the idea that we don't mandate a number of schools that you have to place, that you shouldn't even be able to move past the system if there's only one option on that piece of paper. That's not how it works. And so I don't know, we have a lot, we can redesign, again, I'll say it, like, we can redesign all the schools, but, like, if we are not helping people make informed choices and then holding our workforce also accountable to partnering with kids to do that in a way where we are supporting them and making those informed decisions, it's more than a compliance exercise. Like, let's just get this piece of paper in. These are major choices, or it's not worth it having a choice system. Then, like, there shouldn't be a choice system. If we can't commit to doing that part, then, like, cool, we don't need choices. Like, just administratively assign everyone. So I really hope, like, I almost can't see, like, the redesign without this as a key part of it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Maida.
Sorry, I just accidentally clicked the wrong thing. I'm bad. I was trying to click the chat.
Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to move on because, as I said, we have a full agenda tonight. So this time I want to approve. I'll entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any objection, discussion, or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The report is approved unanimously.
thank you. We'll now move on to general public comment. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, caregivers, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 61 speakers this evening. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. If your remarks are longer than 2 minutes, please email your written testimony for distribution to the committee. The time that an interpreter uses for English interpretation will not be deducted from a speaker's allotted time. We will pause the timer while the testimony is interpreted into English. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you are from before you begin. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. When I call your name, please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Also, please make sure you're signed into Zoom with the same name that you used to sign up for public comment. That will allow us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. We'll begin this evening with Jessica Tang, followed by Grace Soy, Dan Barkan, Felito Diaz, and Eileen Carver. If you could please raise your hands. Jessica Tang.
Hi, yes, good evening. Good evening, Chair Robinson, Superintendent Skipper, and members of the school committee. My name is Jessica Tang, and I'm proud to serve as the president of the 11,000 members of the Boston Teachers Union. And this evening, I'm here as part of the National Teach Truth Day of Action and to share the BTU support of the BTU Ethnic Studies Committee's petition, which reaffirms our commitment to teaching critical thinking, real history, and challenging conversations about society, race, and racial oppression, gender, sexuality, identity, and more. And while Boston has embraced culturally relevant curriculum because we know all students benefit from curriculum that is reflective of the diversity of our cultures and experiences of our students, unfortunately, many of our fellow educators and students in far too many districts across the country are facing unprecedented legislation that is being debated or is passed in 42 states that aims to prohibit teachers from teaching real history or address real issues our students grapple with and face. And you may have heard of the book bans, or in Florida, where students were blocked from enrolling in AP African American history courses. And so many supporters of the petition tonight will be testifying tonight in solidarity with other educators and students. And we hope that the school committee and district, as well as city, will continue to reaffirm Boston's commitment to teaching truth. On a completely separate note, I'm also here to clarify developments regarding Boston Latin Academy and what is happening there. It's been accurately reported that a growing number of educators have been raising concerns regarding teaching, learning, and working conditions at Boston Latin Academy for more than a year. We've also heard from many parents and students who've reached out to share similar and related concerns. There are also some who feel the conditions are fine and those who see it both ways. The concerns expressed have been organic and ongoing despite efforts to reconcile them, and they resulted in both standard surveys and an ongoing internal process by educators among their peers. And parts of that process has been to attempt to communicate these concerns to BLA leadership and central office leaders in hopes that they can be successfully addressed. And we continue to hear and listen and to gather feedback from stakeholders and hope that resolutions can be found soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Grace Soy.
Hi, my name is Grace. I am a former student of Gavin Smith when he taught 9th grade biology at John D. O'Brien. During my freshman year of high school, I was a lazy student who didn't like to do homework or study, and I thought spending 6 hours a day for 5 days a week in school was enough. So I didn't like to do like outside work. And because of this, my grades were not the best. 2 conversations that have stuck with me from Mr. Smith that has also shaped the person I am today was, one, I remember him yelling at our whole class because we weren't prepared for a quiz. He gave us a lecture about how if we cared about our future, we needed to start here and now. And that although his class is a lot of busy work, he was just preparing us for the future in college. Another conversation was him talking to me one-on-one, where he said to me, Grace, you're smart, but you throw it away because you're lazy. You don't want to do the work, but you know what to do so that you don't fail. These conversations have stuck with me to this day because it was true. I knew what I wanted to do in the future, and I wanted to have a good future, and I knew exactly what I needed to do to achieve this. So after freshman year, my grades started to improve. I am now about to enter my senior year of college at UMass Amherst and have been on the dean's list for multiple semesters. Gavin Smith hasn't only encouraged me and helped me, but he does this to every student that he encounters. He has made personal connections with every student, which makes it easier for his students to trust him and feel safe. He takes the time out of his day,
30 seconds.
6 days a week, just to help students. He's also made a whole program at Boston Latin School, which made a very huge impact to minority students that were failing. With his new plan at BLA, he doesn't want to just better the community. He wants his students to graduate and thrive in college. And with this being said, I think we as a community should give Gavin Smith a chance, just like how he gives his students a chance to pursue new opportunities.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Barkan.
Hi, I'm Dan Barkan from Roslindale. I have a son at BLA. We've been BPS parents since 2009, and I've also worked as a teacher and a principal myself. I understand tonight that Gavin Smith's role as the headmaster of BLA is at risk. I can only assess his work as a parent, but I've found him to be a fantastic listener who helped our son a lot, a great judge of talent, as we can see from the excellent teachers he's brought in, and a really serious and ambitious leader. I respect very much the position of any teacher who's expressed dissatisfaction with his work. However, turnover in this role when the work to me has just begun will really undermine BLA. The district needs to support him now, help the school build on what he's started, and mediate relations with the faculty. There should be a collective effort to strengthen the school. Removing him would be counterproductive and an unserious way to manage talent. Furthermore, I only heard this was in the works through the veteran parents' grapevine. The possibility that BLA families could enter the summer not knowing who the headmaster would be with very little notice after 4 people in this role since 2017 seems like a terrible way to support teachers and families and a deterrent to prospective applicants going forward. The Madison Park and OB plans are going to be transformational for the district, but they'll demand great leaders to come from within and without the district. Please insist that he stays in the role, that he gets and uses support in key areas, and that he's allowed to carry out the important changes to instruction and assessment that he started. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Felito Diaz.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Felito Diaz, and I represent Dorchester. My daughter is a former student at the PA Shaw School. My name is Felito Diaz. I am a BPS graduate, and my daughter Bridget has attended the PA Shaw for the last 2 years. We have loved the school because it is a community where the students and families feel welcome and respected. Bridget is an English language learner and she is thriving at the Shaw. I am angry and upset about the vote to merge the Shaw with the Taylor. The other schools you are merging in Rosendale are not being put together until they are in a brand new building. We know that there won't be a new building for the Shaw and Taylor schools for another 10 years. If we merge, then the year after next, we will lose the small community feeling our school has, where every student and family member is known, and where teachers reach out to us and include us. What will we gain? Even now that the school committee has voted to merge the Shaw, families have not been assured of any improvements that will impact our children. It isn't fair that in Rosendale, you are waiting to merge until you can give the students and families a new building. While in Dorchester, Mattapan, where there are more Black and Brown students and families, we get nothing for our kids. Tonight, I ask you to reconsider your vote. Don't disrupt our thriving school until you can move us into a facility that will truly bring improvement for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eileen Carver, followed by Teresa Pregazer, Amy Kiley, Kyle Robideau, and Elsa Auerbach. If you could please raise your hand. Eileen?
Good evening. Eileen Carver, teacher at the PA Shaw, Dorchester resident and parent of BPS graduates. I'm speaking tonight to protest the decision to merge the Shaw Taylor schools and to ask for your reconsideration. Several parents and staff members from the Shaw have participated in weekly meetings with BPS and city officials for nearly a year. There has been no compensation, and the overwhelming experience has been, and I quote, "We are not listened to." There have been several larger community meetings over this past year that have consisted of a parade of BPS staff telling us why the merger is in the best interest of students and families, with little time allocated to listen to representatives from the communities impacted. We all know that in Rosendale, where there are more white students and families, BPS made the decision to postpone the actual merger of the Sumner Philbrook until the students can move into a completely renovated school building. We are pleased for these schools, but ask, where is the racial equity? The parent of one of my students said to me last week when she joined us for a field trip with baby in tow, "I love the Shaw and I'm not a fan of this merger. Not only won't my son experience any benefits from the merger, even his 6-month-old baby sister will be nearly ready to graduate elementary school before there is a new building." Equity? Over and over, our parents and staff have asked at school committee meetings, design team meetings, and so-called community meetings, what will be the benefit for our students and families of a combined Shaw-Taylor school? Over and over, we have been met with silence or told we must wait and see. In Roslindale, students and families knew exactly the building they would move into from the start. We don't even have a location. Racial equity? BPS can say we have employed the racial equity tool in making the decision about these mergers. However, the words ring hollow in the
Ms.
face.
Carver, could you please wrap up?
Yes. Does BPS in the city want to operate one way for school communities with a significant slice of white families and another way when the school communities are Black and brown? Or do you want to fix this and ensure your actions don't add to the deeply entrenched racism in the school system? How you proceed
Ms.
will answer
Carver.
the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Teresa Pregazer. Teresa, you're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, my
Awesome.
name is Teresa. My name is Teresa Pregazer of Roxbury. I have a rising 7th and 9th grader at BLA. My younger child is currently at the Hale, where I'm on the school site council. For the 2 years my son has been at BLA, my experience and impression of Mr. Smith has been very positive. I've attended the majority of the SSC and SPC meetings. He has also attended most of the SPC meetings at the parents' request to give a thorough principal's report and has sent out thorough weekly emails. I've been impressed at his professionalism at every meeting I've attended, including ones where certain parents have been very disrespectful towards him. Speaking as an SSC parent who has had disagreements with different administrators, I found the actions of some of the parents who had disagreements to be very out of line, but he still remained respectful and professional. Several times I have come into the office to pick up my child for appointments, and the atmosphere in the office is always calm and pleasant. My observations of Mr. Smith with the office staff seem very positive. I have also met with Mr. Smith one-on-one and have encountered him at sporting events, which he makes a point to attend. In all my interactions with Mr. Smith, I have found him to be thoughtful and competent, leaving me with confidence in his leadership. I've read the letter of a group of parents that represents about 3% of BLA community, and I don't support their letter. I'm not saying Mr. Smith has not made mistakes, but I think he is actively making changes to rectify his mistakes. And as it pertains to the alleged vote by the BTU of no confidence that I heard was taking place, I don't know the reasons for the vote, and I'm not asking you to dismiss their issues, but I am asking you to look out for the interests of the students. To leave the school without a leader in June does not serve the students' interests. I'm asking instead that you address the issues the students have and work with Mr. Smith to come to a resolution. Major changes have been placed upon BLA without taking into consideration the impact it has on teachers, both with the pandemic and the exam school changes. As a new leader within BPS, who is training and guiding Mr. Smith? Where is he getting his leadership on how to lead? Is it possible he is following directives that are coming above him? Have you looked at the things that are being asked of Mr. Smith? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Kiley. Amy, if you wish to speak, will you please accept the prompt? Okay, let's try Kyle Robideau.
Hello?
Hi. Kyle, could you turn on your camera for us, please? Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Sorry about that. Visually impaired and still working out these kinks. But my name is Kyle Robideau. I'm a proud parent of a 9th grader at the Boston Latin Academy. And I'm going to keep it brief out of respect of everyone else, not out of, kind of brevity, what I have to say for Gavin Smith, but I just want to share my thoughts and reflections in support of Mr. Smith. Appreciate all the support that he's shown the students, his active participation in the school site committees, the parent site committee, and BLA sporting events and cultural events and parent teacher nights. And he's been present, he's listens well. He actively participates in dialogue with the students. And my 9th grader, although I will never speak for her, I did ask her recently what her thoughts were on Mr. Smith and this kind of decision to, with the BTU, and her words were she felt that it was incredibly important to have a headmaster and a principal that reflects the overall diversity of the school. And her hope was, as a student council member, her hope was that the administration, students, teachers will be able to continue to work together and work out a compromise in hopes that Mr. Smith remains at the BLA. And I appreciate everyone else's comments and the school committee's work on this issue, as well as the leadership of BPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elsa Auerbach, followed by Robert Jenkins, Santos Rios, Curry Peterson Smith, Sharon Hinton, and Cheryl Buckman. If you could please raise your hands. Elsa?
Yes, hi. Thank you so much. I don't know why my camera keeps shifting. My name is Elsa Auerbach and I live in JP. I was a Boston Public School parent in the 1980s. I'm a professor emerita from UMass Boston, where I taught hundreds of bilingual ESL and literacy teachers. I'm also the daughter of German Jewish refugees who fled the Holocaust, and the mantra of my childhood was never again for anyone. That's why I'm here today to speak in support of the petition before you to protect teachers from outside political interference. I'm deeply afraid that our educational system is being captured by right-wing forces that want to silence critical race theory, ethnic studies, LGBTQ identities, and more. One example that's particularly important to me concerns how to teach about anti-Semitism. This is a crucial topic, but sadly, teaching about anti-Semitism is now being weaponized. As you may know, and this is kind of a heads up, there are several major Jewish Zionist news outlets that have published articles specifically targeting ethnic studies in Massachusetts and in Boston on the trumped up notion that it is somehow dangerous to Jews to teach about ethnic studies. They are invoking, and I'm happy to send you these articles, they are invoking a contested definition of anti-Semitism that asserts that criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. This definition is being used to silence Palestinians and anyone who supports their rights. To me, this view violates the bedrock principle of never again for anyone. The ADL specifically supports this definition and has been working to meet with public officials in Boston to influence what gets taught in the Boston public schools in relationship to ethnic studies. Please don't be fooled. When the ADL claims it represents the Jewish community, it does not speak for progressive Jews in Boston, and it certainly does not speak for me. Avoiding discussion of hot topics does not prepare our students for the world they live in. I'm inspired by the courage of the teachers who teach truth.
Thank you, Elsa. Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Jenkins.
Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is, I want to say hello to Superintendent Skipper and school committee members, school committee chair Jerry Robinson. My name is Robert Jenkins, class of 1978 from Madison Park. And we, the alumni, have gotten a big response since the announcement was made yesterday. And we are very happy that we get our full campus back. No disrespect to the John D. O'Brien School, but they have their own school now. But in moving Madison Park forward, you need legacy to drive that force. And just wanted to just let people know that the alumni are here. We're going to be there. We've been involved in all assets of Madison Park, and we will continue. So I just want to say thank you. But one thing that people have to admit, that I have to let people know, that I graduated 45 years ago from Madison Park. So when you look at legacy, there's a whole bunch of legacy that's before me and that will be after me. But also in 5025, Madison Park turns 50. So we want to help plant the seeds and work as a community to make sure that our alma mater keeps growing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Santos Rios.
Hi, my name is Santos Rios, and I am a BPS graduate, former educator in BPS, and current resident of Mattapan. As a BPS student, I attended the Curly, High Park High when I was a thing, and Boston Day and Evening Academy. I am testifying today in support of the Ethnic Studies petition, asking the school committee to release a statement signaling its trust in educators to teach real history and engage in conversations about identity and oppression in BPS. I graduated from BPS with no clear direction or critical understanding of who I was as a young Latino and what I was meant to become. I struggled in undergrad to find myself, to find what I was passionate about and what I hoped to pursue. My learning up until that point was out of necessity to move on to the next phase in my life. I was very much aimless. I wish I had the opportunity to take an ethnic studies course. Ethnic studies is founded on the principles of self-determination, community, and solidarity, rooted in the study of history from the perspectives of Black, Indigenous, Asian American, and Latinx people. Learning about the truths of our country isn't simply morally right. It's imperative. It's critical for a developing person to be able to grapple with the world around them so they can see themselves in it. Ethnic studies provides this framework. I'm here today to urge you all to take a stand against the violent and repressive attacks on the education of our most vulnerable, our young people. We've already witnessed the effects of these attacks across the country, such as the firing of teachers, the banning of books, and the censorship of curricula. I implore you all to support the BPS educators whose job it is to provide the truth and the tools to understand how our history plays a vital role in their present and their future. Take a stand for them by voicing your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Curry Peterson Smith.
Good evening. My name is Curry Peterson Smith. I live in Fields Corner, Dorchester, and I'm speaking to you as a proud parent of a BPS middle school student. I came here tonight to speak in support of the Ethnic Studies petition, though I must briefly say a word first in support of those advocating on behalf of the PA Shaw as the parent of a child who was served incredibly well by the Shaw. So I really hope that you all do the right thing and listen to what teachers and families are saying. On the question of ethnic studies, I, as I'm sure you, have been watching with horror at the conversations taking place around this country, targeting children and teachers, the teaching of LGBTQ history and the reality of LGBTQ people, as well as the teaching of Black history, the histories of Indigenous peoples, and ethnic studies, all supposedly in the name of parents' rights. It does catastrophic harm to our communities, and especially our children, to have such a negation of LGBTQ people, people of color, immigrants, and other marginalized people. Moreover, looking beyond the present and into the future, which I feel very hopeful for, and I think that as people invested in public education, we have to be hopeful for the future. It is simply impossible to redress the injustices of our country's history, to repair the harms, in short, to move forward as a society, if we are not talking about ethnic studies, if we don't have public education that supports curious young people who are informed about the fullness of this country's history and that of the world. Turning to Boston, while at the moment, the center of gravity to the hostility to things like anti-racist education and ethnic studies is not here, though of course we have our own history of racist injustice that we must own. It's simply not acceptable for us to take comfort in that fact that this is something happening elsewhere, nor is it sufficient to allow for the quiet teaching of ethnic studies and anti-racist curriculum here. The time calls on us and calls on you as a school committee to be bold and take an affirmative stand in support of these curricula. So I urge the school committee to do so. And it's critical not only for students to learn their own histories and their own stories and be engaged participants in the society, but
Excuse
it's an
me, Curry?
affirmation. I'm sorry?
Hi, I'm afraid you're past your time.
Oh, great. Thank you. Please support this petition.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Our next speaker is Sharon Hinton. Please raise your hand virtually if you're with us, followed by Cheryl Buckman, Jocelyn Santiago, Jack Elliott Higgins, and Maria Andrea Mejia. Sharon is not with us, so let's try Cheryl Buckman.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Buckman. I'm a member of BPS Families for COVID Safety, otherwise known as FAMCOSA. I'm a parent to a fourth grade child at the Dever Elementary in Dorchester and a longtime resident of South Boston. I'm here tonight before you to show the appreciation for the school my son attends. My son was diagnosed with autism, ADHD, and anxiety at an early age. Finding the right school was going to take time. He started his K-2 school year at the Perkins in South Boston. Then we found out he needed additional supports. Landon was then transferred to the Paul A. Dever. The community at the Dever has been nothing but welcoming and gracious, not just to me, but to my son as well. I have to say that the learning style is amazing for a child that learns at such a slow pace and needs extra help. Landon got along very quickly with the staff and other peers at that school. Then a few years later into his school year, COVID had hit and everybody was remote. Landon's first few years at the Dever had surely been different, but truly special. This year, I have to give my thanks to his fourth grade teacher, Mr. Hill, and the principal, Ms. Reardon. They have truly and surely gone above and beyond for my son this year. Landon had gone through some very serious bumps in the road, but they had stayed right with him, making sure he was not only safe, but emotionally all right, and learning the right material. Also, you have to look at the school as a whole and and it should be for a model in the inclusion setting. The Dever is a gem of a school. I should know from being a former member at the Dever. The teachers and staff are always welcome and helpful. The students are always smiling and respectful. I must say, as a proud parent, to see my son learning and making friends at this school. He said to me yesterday, "Mom, I truly found my place in this school. I finally have a few friends." Not many teachers are like this one at the Dever. They have heart and tons of dedication to make sure each student succeeds in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Santiago.
Hi all. Okay. I came to Boston 10 years ago for my undergraduate education. I am a Puerto Rican first-generation college graduate. I did not grow up with an ethnic studies program in my high school. I didn't come to truly know and understand the racist history and colonial relationship between the United States and Puerto Rico until I was in my 20s. Learning that history has completely changed my understanding of the character of America, both globally and nationally. It has given me a lens with which to make sense of the observable reality I am confronted with in this country. It has also given me a sense of my own power. The history of the colonization of Puerto Rico is also a history of militant resistance. It is critical that these histories be taught as they occurred. It is critical that the teaching of truth is protected so that this generation is able to see the ways that history repeats itself and are equipped to fight back accordingly. In the face of widespread attacks on teaching truth in schools, I urge the school district, city council, and school committee to release a statement expressing their solidarity with their educators' commitment to teaching real history and encouraging students to think critically. I urge you to show your support through the protection and the expansion of the ethnic studies program. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Elliott Higgins.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Jack Elliott Higgins, and I am a Jamaica Plain resident and high school science teacher at Boston Green Academy and in-district Horace Mann Charter. I am testifying in support of the Ethnic Studies petition, asking the school committee to release a statement signaling its trust in educators to teach real history and engage in conversations about identity and oppression in Boston Public Schools. Nationwide, we are witnessing a coordinated attack on educators and librarians. Right-wing provocateurs are trying to stop us from teaching truth in our classrooms and ensuring truth is on our bookshelves. These attacks have already seen success. Educators across the country are quitting, students and other young people are going through a massive mental health crisis, and right-wing state governments are overhauling and censoring curricula. I'm steeling myself for these attacks to come to Massachusetts and preparing for how it will impact my classroom and how I approach sensitive topics like biological sex, genetic diversity, and evolution. I'm frightened for students, educators, and librarians under attack already, and for those who will be soon. I have seen the benefits of teaching the truth, and I have heard the fear in my students' voices as that truth is threatened. My 10th grade students have spent the year learning about race in America, the broken promises of Reconstruction, and the history of Black Boston. This experience has empowered them to craft a vision for the future, with them and their history at the center.
30 seconds.
Now more than ever, it is critical for the city of Boston to voice its loud support of truth and of the educators and librarians who teach it. It is imperative for the city to support the young people who seek to learn this truth. Silence will only allow these attacks to grow stronger and spread farther. I encourage all members of the Boston School Committee to vote to release this statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Andrea Mejia, followed by Indira Alves, Chelsea Rocio, Becky Silverstein, Rebecca Hornstein, and Ajani Boyd. If you could please raise your hand. Maria.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Andrea Mejia, and I'm one of the 6 teachers piloting the Ethnic Studies curriculum this year. I am testifying in support of the Ethnic Studies petition, asking the school committee to release a statement signaling its trust in educators to teach real history and engage critically in conversation about identity and oppression with students. I'm here in front of you as a teacher fighting for my protection, but more importantly, fighting for the rights of our students to have a just education. The narrative around education right now is punitive and limiting. Content and curriculum are being cut or debated by non-educators in many states, including ours. It's 2023, and we should be having conversations about what more we can include in our curriculums. How do we support and engage our growing diverse population of students? How do we help them make sense of the world right now? We're picking ourselves up from a global pandemic. Climate change is a real threat to our students' future. Our country is extremely polarized. Hateful crimes towards marginalized communities are increasing, and mass shootings are happening almost daily, which have been linked to mental health issues and prejudice. We need progressive education more than ever. We need an education that is honest and allows for critical thinking of the issues of oppression that are affecting us and how we all unite to overcome those oppressions. We cannot continue to sit back and let people like Ron DeSantis dictate the future of our education. We must speak up here and everywhere. As Superintendent Skipper mentioned during her report, we are all welcomed here, and our intersectional identities enrich our schools. And we want this to be said louder for the whole nation to hear. The Ethnic Studies team, the almost 600 people that signed the petition, the community members here to give testimony, and our Boston Teachers Union who have endorsed our petition, ask you to become our ally and publicly state the support and trust you have in our educators. We have all of history to teach us that you can't let fascism into the room. And this is your opportunity to be proactive about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Indira Alves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Indira Alves. I live in Dorchester and I'm a former BPS student and my son is a student at the Joseph Lee School. He is a young boy of color, of Irish and Cape Verdean ancestry and curious about the world that he lives in. He's curious about race, racism, world history, his history, and how to make the world a better, more compassionate and understanding place. I'm testifying in support of the Ethnic Studies petition, asking the school committee to release a statement by signaling its trust in educators to teach real history and engage in conversations about identity and oppression in BPS. It was just only a few years ago when the city declared racism is a public health crisis or issue, long recognizing what Black people and other historically oppressed people have been saying. I've seen the city pay lip service time and time again on being committed to justice, equality, and even anti-racism. But ethnic studies isn't just about Black history. It also includes anti-sexist education. BPS has a problem. It has a culture of sexism and sexual misconduct. At the Timothy last year, my son was sexually assaulted twice, and the administration refused to educate the boys who assaulted him because they believe that boys will be boys. And shame on a school that refused to educate young boys on their behavior and why it was dangerous and unacceptable. Ethnic studies could have given my son the tools to understand sexism and gender. Ethnic studies could have been the proactive solution in educating his assaulters on consent. And I urge everyone here today, if you truly care about the well-being, safety, and education of children, to support our educators and youth in supporting ethnic studies and releasing the statement protecting them to teach and learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chelsea Ruscio.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Ruscio. I use they, them pronouns. I currently teach multilingual and special education students in BPS. I am testifying in support of the Ethnic Studies petition, asking the school committee to release a statement signaling its trust in educators to teach real history, engage in conversations about identity and oppression in BPS. As a non-binary educator with students who are members of the LGBTQ community, it is imperative to me that my students feel both safe and represented in our schools. Recently, a student told our class that they were a part of the LGBTQ community, and while they were mostly met with support, they were also met with laughter and confusion from their peers. In the moment, we were able to have a restorative conversation and share books about the LGBTQ community, and that was necessary for that student to feel safe and for all students to know that our classroom is a space where their identities are affirmed. It is essential that we continue to protect our right as educators to facilitate conversations around identity. This is a life or death situation for our students. A 2022 student by the Trevor Project, which is a suicide prevention organization focusing on LGBTQ youth, revealed that 86% of queer and trans youth sampled reported negative effects on their mental health as a direct result of the increasingly hostile campaign being waged against LGBTQ people nationwide. Nearly half of the youth sampled from the Trevor Project survey seriously considered suicide in the past year. Our students deserve to live in a city that supports the truth of their identities and the truth of their history. Please release this statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Silverstein.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me? Great.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Becky Silverstein. I'm a Jamaica Plain resident, a local rabbi, and one-day BPS parent. My oldest kiddo will be eligible for K1 in 2024 and is currently in the bath to my left. I'm here tonight to testify in support of the Ethnic Studies petition, asking the school committee to release a statement signaling its trust in educators to teach real history and engage in conversations about identity and oppression in BPS schools. As a rabbi and educator, I understand what it means to be entrusted with the sacred obligations to teach, to support young people generally, and to support their development into thoughtful, compassionate, and engaged members of society. I also understand what it means to speak in support of those who are doing this work. Educators are being challenged and undermined in a nationwide effort to obscure the truth of our nation and world's history. Teachers are leaving teaching, curricula are being censored, and our students are being denied powerful educational experiences that can help them and us create a more vibrant, just society. We have a shared obligation to do what we can to support our students and to support our educators in supporting them. As I consider this moment in our human experience, I'm driven by the universal values of wholeness and justice, by wanting to participate in building a world that allows individuals to achieve a sense of shleimut, wholeness, and in doing so, to build a more just world. These values inform my support of ethnic studies. Ethnic studies courses have been flashpoints for white ring attacks, including from the Jewish community. And as a course founded on principles of self-determination, community, and solidarity, I can think of nothing better that will help us build a world in which I, a queer trans rabbi, am free, in which all of you, my neighbors, are free. I'm here voicing my support and to humbly ask the school committee to join me and release a statement in support of the ethnic studies course, these educators and our students to have confidence in their efforts and stand with them in the face of any opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Hornstein.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rabbi Rebecca Hornstein, and I am the Executive Director of the Boston Worker Circle Center for Jewish Culture and Social Justice. We represent 750 members in the Boston area, including many BPS parents, teachers, and students. I am testifying in support of the Ethnic Studies petition before you, asking the school committee to release a statement signaling its trust in educators to teach real history in BPS. The way I see it, we're at a crossroads in our country, facing a choice between living in a multiracial democracy that allows everyone to see themselves as part of the big we of our society, or living in a society with growing intolerance of difference and authoritarian tendencies. We can't build that real democracy without strong public education that allows everyone to see themselves in that we and helps us grapple with our country's legacy of racism and injustice. As the grandchild of Holocaust survivors, I know deeply what's at stake in this choice. Opponents of ethnic studies are often directly connected to those who would seek to shrink our democracy. They are often funded by those connected to a national agenda of attacking public education, weakening teachers' unions, and undermining the basic rights of people of color and people within the LGBTQ community. The implications of the school committee showing its support for teachers teaching real history, of course, will impact students and educators in Boston directly. And as a community member, I see the ways in which that choice will echo beyond the walls of the classroom and into our broader society and into our community. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Our next speaker is Ajani Boyd, followed by Emmanuel Gardner, Chanel Mitchell. Chanel will be supported by our ASL interpreter, Emmeline Knight Barstow, and Rebecca Knight. If you could please raise your hands virtually. Ajani.
How you doing? So my name is Ajani Boyd. I am a BPS graduate, and I have a younger brother who's currently attending BLA. And I want to testify on behalf of Gavin Smith as head of school over at BLA. When I was at Boston Latin School, Gavin Smith was the principal fellow. He was a principal fellow when I was at Boston Latin School when I was a junior. And in only 1 year, he had an incredible impact on me, on the community in the entire school community at Boston Latin School, honestly, but especially for the young Black males at BLS. He started the Young Men of Color program, which helped out me and plenty of others. And I think he's very, very incredibly capable. And I'm getting a little bit, trying to figure out how to say this, but he was one of the greatest people that I interacted with and that I got to work with and that got to support me and look out for me while I was there. I think that representation of seeing a Black male who really cares and looks out for the other Black students, for all the students, honestly, not just the Black students, but everybody, who goes the extra mile to take care of those students. Yeah, he's pretty incredible. I'm really kind of losing the words that I'm trying to say because there's a lot. So I'm kind of make sure to be brief, but I think it's really important that he stays as head of school. I think, again, I had him as a principal fellow at my school for simply a year. And he made a lot of changes. And I think if you're aware of the environment at some of these exam schools, I think somebody who has the courage, the willingness, and kind of the knowledge to be able to make these changes that are necessary over at these schools, I think he has it all. So I kind of did a really bad job explaining what I was trying to say. But Gavin Smith is incredible. I love him very dearly. He's taken great care of me, and everybody else that I know that's interacted with him feels the exact same. So as a student who had him as a mentor, he continues to mentor me to this day.
Ajani, thank you. I'm afraid you're past your time, but you did a great job. Thank you. Our next speaker is Emmanuel Gardner.
Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, hi. My name is Emmanuel Gardner, and I'm a teacher at Boston Adult Technical Academy. I teach history and humanities, and I'm here. I live in Rosendale, and I'm also an alumnus of Boston Latin School, class of 1985. I'm here to ask you to support the ethnic studies petition. For me, it's very personal. I am a first generation immigrant from Liberia. I moved to Boston in 1980. And this city was really not a welcoming place for a young West African boy in 1980. In 1981, I started at Boston Latin School as a 4B. And throughout my whole time at Boston Latin School, I took AP American History, AP European History, and had some great teachers. I had only one Black teacher my entire time there. And despite the sterling reputation of the school and the history department there, I never, ever learned anything about Black or Latino or any other history outside of the mainstream, or what is constructed as the mainstream, until I went to college, and it was embarrassing. And I taught ethnic studies for 2 years. And I really feel that in a pluralistic society, in a city such as ours that is a multi-ethnic one and has come a long way, we can lead from the front and send a resounding rejection of the Ron DeSantis's around the country. And quite honestly, this has happened before, and it can quite easily happen again. And I think it's important that, again, in Boston, we lead from the front. And I really hope you support this petition. I think you will. I hope you will. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chanel Mitchell, supported by our ASL interpreter.
Hello, my name is Chanel Mitchell. I'm a former student at the Horace Mann School for the Deaf. I also have a daughter who's a student at the Horace Mann School, and her name is Raina Buchanan. I'm here and I have seen different comments to the Boston School Committee, and I want to add my testimony about the school and issues that are going on at the school, particularly the elevator. It's been broken. The building is in disrepair. The elevator's in need of repair. And that's caused lots of problems for students who have physical disabilities. They have not been able to go to the upper floors. So we need a new school building to support our students. And I know that the Horace Mann School has been considering a move to Charlestown. We need a safer school for our students. There need to be cameras installed because there are some issues with danger in the community, shootings in the community, and student safety is a primary concern. So I feel it's very important we protect our deaf students. I'm a deaf parent of a deaf child, and I have a lot of concerns. And I am very much wanting to protect the deaf and hard of hearing students in Boston. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chanel. Our next speakers are Emmeline Knight-Bairstow and Rebecca Knight.
Hello, my name is Emmy Knight-Bairstow. I live on the dividing line of Back Bay and South End, and I am 12 years old and in 6th grade at the Elliott School. Last month, I found out that I was not accepted into a Boston exam school. My composite score was over 95, but my family lives in a tier 7, and because I go to the Elliott, I'm not eligible for bonus points. It is hard to put into words how much I wanted to go to an exam school. My sister is a freshman at BLS, and in 6th grade, we had the same straight A's and about the same test scores, but she was admitted based on the old system. I know that the old system was unfair and inequitable. It shut out a lot of qualified kids who deserved an opportunity to attend an exam school, but this new system is doing the same thing, shutting out a lot of qualified kids. So there's still a problem. There's still inequity. There's still unfairness. I was rejected because of where my parents chose to live. I was rejected because of the school my family got assigned when we entered the lottery for K1. I have 2 questions for the school committee. Why does it make sense to shut out any qualified students for an exam school? Have you ever considered expanding the number of seats at exam schools to meet all the needs of qualified students? I work hard in school. I also play soccer and lacrosse. I run track for the Elliott, and I also do debate. I really want to get the opportunity to do all these things in middle school and in high school. I want to do all these things in a city, and I want to do all these things in a school in my city home that can prepare me to go one day to college. I know that it is hard to change the rules, but there are a lot of smart kids who want to go to these schools, but they can't go because there aren't enough spots. Adding more seats would be easy. You could just build a few new classrooms or find a space in another school that has room for more kids. It is a good idea and has a lot of benefits. More kids in Boston would get a good education, and families wouldn't have to move away from the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Knight, and I am the parent of 2 BPS students. I'm Emmy's mom, and I'm speaking about the exam school policy and its effect on my family. As you just heard, my 12-year-old is a 6th grader at the Elliott. She had a composite score of 95.45, and she didn't get a spot at the exam schools. We live in a tier 7, and the Elliott is ineligible for bonus points, and Emmy is crushed. I understand and I support the need for more equity at the exam schools, but this new policy is unfair to a lot of qualified students. And I believe that to make this policy more fair and equitable for all applicants, I urge the school committee to expand the number of seats at the exam schools to meet the needs of all qualified kids. Here's a little bit more about my family so you can understand the effect of this policy. We enrolled our older daughter, Eliza, in kindergarten at the Elliott in 2013. It was a terrific learning environment, joyful, challenging, and diverse. In 2014, BPS rezoned the schools, which made it impossible for other South End families like ours to get in. And we were saddened by this. The school lost a lot of racial and economic diversity, but Eliza was thriving there. And so when it came time to enroll Emmy in K1, we sent her to her sister's school, like a lot of families would. But little did we know that Emmy would pay a really steep price for BPS's shift. Eliza was accepted at Boston Latin in 2020, and she was the last class to have its acceptance based solely on grades and test scores. Meanwhile, Emmy, who has straight A's and a similar historic testing record, never had a shot. So at this point, my husband and I are reviewing our options. When we look at other BPS schools where we can enroll her, we're discouraged. And meanwhile, the average price of private school tuition hovers around $60,000. We feel like we're being kicked out of the city. BPS needs an immediate plan to remedy this situation. And I understand that changing this policy again is politically difficult, but expanding the number of seats at the exam schools to meet the needs of all qualified kids seems reasonable and achievable. My understanding is that the number of needed seats runs in the low 100 range. That's the equivalent of creating a couple of new classrooms across the exam schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Gian Martinez, Nisa Harrison, Rachel Hess, Gabrielle Ballard, Nora Paul Schultz, and Vernie Wilkerson. If you could please raise your hands and Zoom. Gian?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, good evening.
All right, good morning. My name is Gian Martinez. I'm currently a student at UMass Boston. And more relevantly for today's discourse, I was class president for Boston Latin School graduating class of 2021. I've also interned for State Representative China Tyler and former City Councilor Matt O'Malley. All of this was a direct result of Gavin Smith's empowering leadership and presence at Boston Latin School. Before his arrival, nobody was focused on or worried about the already marginal boys of color at BLS, let alone the ones that were failing. And I was one of those boys. I'm sure I need not remind the audience today of the demographical disparity between BPS and Boston Latin School's representation of Black and Hispanic kids. Gavin came into such an environment with intention and did well on it. I'm here today because it wasn't only under the impression, leadership, and influence of Gavin Smith was I able to realize the potential that he saw within me that I couldn't see for myself. Not only did he come in and establish an unprecedented mentorship program for boys of color, as Johnny hinted to earlier, but he showed us through actions and not the attempted pedagogical semantics BPS spits out every year with fruitless promises. He empowered us as a group to realize we weren't little fish in a big pond and that we were much more than percentages. He made it his goal that we weren't lost through the cracks of the system, and he succeeded. This is evident through the sheer gravity of his presence, bringing together boys and girls of color to his office every day in search of guidance. Through Gavin, I've seen endless opportunity. I write this today as a firm endorsement for Gavin Smith and as a product of BPS, an absolute disappointment that the superintendent and administration would choose to handle this situation in such a way as to almost try and avoid public comment. Frankly, it teeters the line of censorship, and for a school system that belongs to us, the students, the people, and not a select few teachers who are intimidated by a powerful and progressive Black man in a position of power telling them to do their job better. To me, it's blasphemous that educators are not willing to educate our youth and instead would rather exacerbate the generational gap between students and teachers by sticking to their traditionalist perceptions and manner of education. For something as evolving as youth education, we need people who are willing to evolve alongside us and not stuck in their ways. And it is necessary that someone like Gavin Smith is behind the helm. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nisa Harrison.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Superintendent Skipper, the school committee, for having us speak. I am a teacher at John D. O'Brien, and I am here testifying about the news that shocked everyone in our community regarding the mayor and the superintendent making a decision to relocate the O'Brien. I was reading about the racial equity tool that BPS claims that they use in order to make these really big decisions. And while I was listening to members of the committee, I was also struck by some of the members about the information sharing and, in my mind, the transparency of information. And I wonder who is at the meetings that are making these decisions that affect so many people. Because immediately when I heard about a move from the O'Brien from Roxbury to West Roxbury, I thought, how could someone just think about this? Is there not another way? $46 million coming into revamp Madison, which great job, underfunded and ignored for decades for Madison Park. But how can we think about a design that does not uproot O'Brien, but still gives Madison their due, their building that they deserve? And who is at these meetings? Who is saying, look at this tool? Who is saying, who's coming from East Boston? We have folks in Mattapan, Dorchester, Roxbury that go to the O'Brien. So who's thinking about this? And who's thinking about the people who are actually impacted by these decisions? Thank you. I don't want to leave. I just want to, do I just stop? I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Hess. Okay, Rachel is not with us. So let's try Gabrielle Ballard.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabby Ballard, and I'm a proud Boston resident in Fields Corner. I'm also an educator, a Black queer woman working in STEM. I'm the child, roommate, friend, and colleague of many more educators, particularly in Boston Public Schools. I am testifying in support of the Ethnic Studies petition, asking the school committee to release a statement signaling its trust in educators to teach real history and engage in conversations about identity and oppression in BPS. This new wave of attacks on educators and librarians marks a historic moment where we have to decide, will we cave to the right-wing attacks like the College Board did when they removed the names and works of many Black scholars? Or will we make a clear and principled stance that says yes to protecting our educators and our most vulnerable population, our young people? Just as I believe in our teachers who, alongside families, continue to raise the next generation, I also believe in our school committee and implore you to stand with our community and with our families by expressing strong support of our teachers teaching truth in opposition to the right-wing efforts to censor the content that students can access in classrooms and libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nora Paul Schultz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Nora Paul Schultz, and I'm a physics and engineering teacher at the O'Brien and a resident of Jamaica Plain. I feel heartbroken after the announcement yesterday to move O'Brien to West Roxbury. I want to be clear. I'm excited for Madison to get the facilities that they deserve and the prospect of new physics labs and engineering spaces. But I am heartbroken at the idea that O'Brien is going to be uprooted from the Roxbury community. I'm terrified about the impact that will have on my students. Students have already shared their concerns with me, telling me about how the commute will be so long from East Boston to West Roxbury and the impact that will have on their younger siblings. Students have already expressed their concerns about how far it is to travel to West Roxbury. I know that the city has promised shuttles, but what happens when someone is running late and misses a shuttle to school? Do they need to spend an hour or more on public transportation? Will the student be able to stay after school for extra help or clubs or sports? I often have numerous students after school getting help, working together on projects or using my room as a space to get homework done. I'm a club advisor, and clubs can have as many as 30 people at a meeting. Will that be possible? Will students have the autonomy to choose when to leave school so that they can stay for the clubs and leave when it's over without worrying about getting home before it gets dark? In meetings with the superintendent and the mayor, students said cultural clubs are one of the most important aspects of the O'Brien experience. I've watched students grow so much through clubs. When I talked to the teachers who taught at Westby, they described students needing to leave immediately after school to catch the bus home. I'm worried about how this move will impact the culture of our school. I'm also worried about what happens when the resources, when there are budget cuts and promised shuttles are cut down or cut altogether. What assurances do we have? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Renee Wilkinson.
Hello, good evening. Tonight, SchoolFacts Boston would like to restate its request for a comprehensive communication plan outlining family engagement as it relates to the Green New Deal and all facilities planning. Mayor Wu shared that the upcoming high school changes will be a generational change. Yes, they will, and many positive changes seem to be on the horizon. Over the past year of the Green New Deal, Roslindale recently voted on upcoming school mergers. Madison Park has a building redesign committee. The O'Brien was informed during public announcements this week that in years ahead, the school will be moved from Roxbury to West Roxbury. With the Green New Deal and all generational scale changes, things need to be happening with the community and not to the community. Working in this way does not center student voice. It was like saying yesterday to O'Brien students, oh, we know you're in class right now, but we're outside talking about your future. And by the way, in a few years, your school is going to be moving from Malcolm X Boulevard in Roxbury to VFW Parkway in West Roxbury. This needs to be addressed with urgency in order to make generational change towards equitable community engagement that BPS students and families deserve. The school design study that is due at the end of 2023 needs to have a clear community communications plan if it does not already. Like the chair was referring to yesterday, or earlier, we need a playbook. It is inequitable for some communities to vote and some communities to have a committee and for others to get updated alongside the media. A comprehensive communications plan should include things like giving timely updates, receiving community feedback, showing ongoing implementation of community feedback, contact persons that will be responsive and supportive, and a clear communications chain for major updates that will start with the school community and later update the media. To most folks, it seems that this was announced as a, I'm sorry?
Hey, I'm afraid you're past your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite our Spanish interpreter to support our next set of speakers, Samel Rodriguez, Susanna Gonzalez, and Kenley Santos. If you could please raise your hands in Zoom. Samel Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Mi nombre es Simel Rodríguez y vivo en la comunidad de Roxbury.
My name is Simel Rodriguez. I live in the Roxbury community.
Soy madre de una estudiante de segundo grado en las escuelas de BPS.
I'm a mother of a second grade student. She goes to BPS, Boston Public Schools.
En la Blackstone Innovation School.
And she goes to a Blackstone Innovation School.
El día de hoy me encuentro aquí abogando en apoyo para la petición de estudios étnicos.
So I'm today here, present today, to advocate regarding the petition for ethnic studies.
Que le pide al comité escolar que publiquen una declaración donde señalen la confianza en nuestros educadores.
So we're asking the Boston School Committee to publish a declaration or a statement in support for this ethnic studies.
Para que enseñen historia real y participar en las conversaciones sobre identidad y opresión en BPS.
So it's important to show the real story, to convey the real story in conversations that has to do with identity itself.
En lo personal, como inmigrante, madre soltera y mujer de color,
And a single mother, I am an immigrant myself, and a Black woman.
siento que es muy importante que nuestros hijos sepan nuestros orígenes.
It is very critical that our sons or daughters know about our origins.
Y la historia real.
It is important as well that they know about the real story, real history,
Para que no lleguen a desconocer la verdad cuando sean adultos sin saber quiénes son y el poder que tienen.
so it is very critical that they are aware and they discover what the truth is and how much power do they have by discovering their own truth.
Muchas gracias. Espero que tomen nuestro testimonio en cuenta.
I do
Y
thank
gracias
you
por,
very much. And
y gracias
please,
por permitirme expresarme a través de este medio.
please consider our testimony. Thank you very much for listening to my concerns, and thank you for expressing my opinion, giving me the option to do so.
Thank you. Our next
Muchas
speaker
gracias.
is Susana Gonzalez.
Susana González tiene la palabra. Susana González.
Sí, hola, buenas noches.
Good evening, everyone.
Mi nombre es Susana González, residente de la comunidad de Roxbury.
My name is Susana Gonzalez. I reside in the Roxbury community.
Soy madre de 3 niñas. Una de ellas asiste a las escuelas públicas de Boston, Orchard Garden.
I'm a mother of 3 daughters, one of whom she goes to the Orchard Garden School, part of the BPS.
Como madre estoy aquí testificando en apoyo a la petición de estudios étnicos.
So as a mother, I'm here to petition in favor of the ethnic studies.
Testifico porque nuestros valores étnicos están siendo atacados.
I am in the position of testifying myself because of our ethnic values are under attack.
Y como madre y estudiante que fui,
As a mother and as a student that I was,
no quiero que la legislación prohíba a nuestros hijos sean educados con una historia real de lo que somos y de dónde venimos.
I do not want legislation to prohibit or prevent or deter our kids to learn about our real history or our education or where we're coming from.
Este es un tema muy importante para mí,
This is a very important topic to me,
ya que una educación completa incluye la historia real.
we have to consider that a complete education includes a real history.
Es decir, la raza, la opresión racial y otros.
We're talking about race, we're talking about racial oppression and others.
Estoy consternada luego de escuchar de lo que está pasando.
I am perplexed after hearing what is happening.
Soy una mujer de raza latina, de raza negra.
I am a Latin, Black woman by race,
por lo cual también me siento atacada e identificada.
therefore, I do believe that I'm singled out and I'm under attack for that reason.
Como madre, quiero que mi hija aprenda de dónde venimos y que valore la raza.
So as a matter, I do hope that my daughter learns where are we coming from and she values our race,
ya que es nuestra identidad y una de las cosas más sagradas que tenemos.
precisely because it is our own identity and one of the most sacred things we do have.
¿Qué podemos hacer como padres y educadores?
So the question is, what can we do as parents and educators?
Y como miembros de la comunidad, unirnos y abrir los ojos.
And as members of the community, we have to get united, get together and open our eyes.
Que nos quieren dividir, nos quieren quitar nuestros valores.
Because they would like to divide us. They would like to take away our own values,
Nuestra esencia y nuestra raza.
our essence, and our race itself.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kenley Santos.
Tenemos a Kemly Santos. Tiene la palabra, por favor. Kemly Santos.
Sí, aquí estoy.
Yes, I'm here.
Déjame ver que no quiere salir la cámara. Un momentito.
She's asking for just 1 second. She's trying to put her
Okay.
on. Okay. Have a nice day.
Buenas noches, personas integrantes del comité escolar.
Good evening, everybody, members of the school committee.
Mi nombre es Kenji Santos
My name is Kenji Santos.
y soy madre de 2 niños que asisten a la escuela de BPS.
I'm a mother of 2 kids that they go to the Boston Public Schools.
Actualmente residiendo en Dorchester.
I am currently a resident of Dorchester.
No los quiero cansar con lo mismo, pero también estoy apoyando la petición de estudios étnicos.
I do not want to make you tired talking about the same thing, but I'm here in support of the petition of ethnic studies.
Porque este es un país compuesto casi un 40% de diversas etnias y razas.
So we have to consider that the United States, the country itself, is composed of 40% of different ethnicities, different races,
Que vienen de todas partes del mundo y que tienen el derecho a conocer su historia.
These 40% of different races are coming from all around the world, and they do have the right to learn about their own history.
Y de su origen, que no es como dice la administración del gobernador DeSantis, que carece de valor educativo, lo cual es todo lo contrario.
So it is not an affair about the Governor DeSantis in Florida that it lacks the origin value. It is actually the opposite what he states, Governor DeSantis, regarding the origins of our populations.
Entonces, muchas veces se habla de racismo,
So multiple times the conversation is about racism,
pero muchas veces no es racismo, sino prejuicio.
but we have to understand that most of the times it is not racism, it is prejudice.
Y el prejuicio se da por la falta de conocimiento.
And prejudice is caused because of the lack of knowledge itself.
Para terminar, voy a decir una frase muy popular que dice, el pueblo que no conoce su historia está condenado a repetirla.
So I have to end up with a phrase that is very popular and known, which is a country of the people that knows their own story, sometimes, or they don't, they're condemned to repeat history itself.
Entonces, si no conocemos los errores que ocurrieron en el pasado, ¿cómo podemos reflexionar para cambiar a un mejor futuro?
So the question is, if we do not know the mistakes that we made in the past, how can we reflect to correct that in the future?
Y estoy de acuerdo con todo lo que dijeron mis compañeros, que no conozco, pero estoy de acuerdo con sus opiniones.
I'm in full agreement with everything that was said with the other speakers. I do not know personally, but I'm in agreement with their opinion.
Así que muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Therefore, thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Our next speakers are Go Sasaki, Mano Katsampanakis, Michael Heichman, Lena Papagiannis, Kim Emery, Venkant Chalasani, and Leah Barkan. If you can please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Go Sasaki. Okay, Go is not accepting the prompt. Let's try Mano Katsampanakis.
Uh, Good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent Skipper, committee members. My name is Mano Katsampenakis. I live in Charlestown, and I will spend the next 2 minutes talking to you about an unintended consequence. Of course, I would never call her that. She's a child and my daughter. But since you did, we will use the term. Her name is Ariadne. She's a 12-year-old girl. She's fearless, independent, and resilient. She knows what she wants and how to get it. A BPS student since K1, she's proof that public education can work, scoring better than almost 90% of her peers nationwide on the MAP assessment. Her straight A's and athletic achievements, evidence of her hard work. On Friday, May 5th at 4:45 p.m., you told her that she's not good enough for her first choice of exam school. By 6 p.m. that same Friday, she had solid proof that you, through your policy, valued her less than at least 2 of her friends. Both friends, the same race as her. Both friends, the same economic situation as her. Both friends with lower MAP scores and grades than her. Respectfully, when it comes to this policy, even though the intentions were good, you failed miserably. A 12-year-old unintended consequence can prove it to you. If you're okay with this, that's fine. But please own it and do not hide behind and tarnish important concepts like equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Heichman.
Mike Heichman, Beja, Dorchester. I speak in support of the visionary and courageous members of the BTU's Ethnic Studies Now Committee and their request to you to release a statement opposing the right-wing attacks on public education. We must unite to oppose the cultural wars on public education. Teaching the truth of our history is under attack. Teaching about race, ethnicity, gender, and LGBTQ+ issues have been restricted or eliminated. Boston educators must be supported in their efforts to encourage our children to think, question, imagine, and become active, ethical citizens. We must do much more than resist right-wing attacks on public education. We must also oppose neoliberal assaults. 3 examples. 1, discriminatory and racist standardized tests like MCAS, the Massachusetts child abuse system, which turns our schools into test prep centers and punishes our disadvantaged children in schools with low test scores. 2, increased support for metal detectors, surveillance, and other punitive policing measures, and minimal investments in restorative justice and ethnic studies. 3, an unelected Boston School Committee that usually rubber stamps decisions favoring wealthier and whiter children in their communities, a recent example. A decision was just made by the mayor and superintendent for the Madison O'Brien schools. Important decisions, once again, were made behind closed doors without meaningful input from the schools and the community. Who knew about their decisions? These 2 school communities were not consulted. Instead, they just received the press release. What role, if any, did you, our unelected school committee, play in this decision? An exam school would be moved from the heart of the African-American community to the edge of the city where whiter and wealthier people live. Who benefits? Who pays the price? Where is the report from the racial equity tool? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lena Papagiannis.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Lena Papayanis. I teach history at the John D. O'Brien School. I'm going to be speaking quickly because I have a lot to say, and I apologize if my words are all over the place. It's difficult for me to put my words together. The future of my school community matters so
Excuse me.
to me.
Please
Bless you.
slow down.
Yes.
The interpreters can't keep up with you if you speak quickly. So
Okay.
please slow down on their
I
behalf.
understand. I know so many of us here are members of school communities, so we know how truly schools are like second homes. And truly what makes this really difficult is that we are still in shock. We had no idea that this proposal was coming. It was announced to us in a very brief Zoom call on Monday, 24 hours before it became public. And students and their families were notified in the middle of the school day on Tuesday. So you can imagine the chaos that unfolded in classrooms as students read the email that their school was being uprooted. And students were confused, and so are we, asking questions not just about what this means for us, but also about process. Why are they telling us like this? How long has this been going on? The lack of care exhibited in this announcement is really only the surface of the profound disregard that I feel. And hearing the comments from Ms. Stanislaus and Superintendent Skipper at the start of this meeting truly feel like a slap in the face. I heard phrases like community process, and this is a proposal and not a plan, but it really smacks of being disingenuous. It is very clear that there is a plan to move the O'Brien, and the location has been decided as West Roxbury, and that was made without us. There's a promise that will be included in the design process, but of course, I don't feel very confident in that. And so it seems that perhaps we'll be included in the how, but not the if. I want to make very, very clear that I personally firmly believe, and I know many of my colleagues and students feel the same, that Madison Park deserves the best and that investment is important. This is not about us versus them. There needs to be both of us really in the same place. That is okay, but not to West Roxbury. As my student said, that is Dedham's backyard. We need to be in Roxbury in the city center. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Emery.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Could you speak up a little bit louder, please?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you.
Hi, is that better? No? Any better? No?
It's very low.
Let me try without headphones. I'm sorry.
Much better.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. So it's been alarming. Oh, I'm Kim. I'm from West Roxbury, BPS mom. It's been alarming how the school committee and BPS disregard 504 plan related disparities. Our students were intentionally excluded from DESE and Great City School improvement plans, and concerns around FAPE related to 504s are not prioritized. Positive outcomes for the 1,700 plus students are jeopardized, and that's about 15% of all students with disabilities. So just to compare, can you imagine ignoring the needs of the entire population of the Hernandez K-8 and East Boston High School combined? It's the equivalent of ignoring the populations of the Tynan, the Taylor, the Trotter, and Tech Boston combined. Would we tell the populations of Another Course to College, Boston Arts Academy, Brighton High, Burke, and Horace Mann combined that they do not need to be prioritized? I hope all of us can agree that the answer is no. When the district does not really care about 504 related plans, concerns they trickle down to the schools and into classrooms. And this cannot be how we treat students with disabilities. Please commit to address the inequities with urgency. Cultivate well-trained school staff who take concerns about services and accommodations seriously and can resolve them in-house before DESE is needed. Ensure equity roundtables are analyzing equity concerns for all marginalized groups, including students on 504 plans.
Empower BPS staff and others who see questionable practices or bias-based behaviors to be upstanders without fear of retaliation.
20
And
seconds.
please stop protecting anyone or any practice that further marginalizes and compromises FAPE for our students with disabilities. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Venkat Chalasani. Pardon me. He's not signed into the meeting. So our next speaker will be Leah Barkan. Leah will be followed by Christian Dubon Solis, Gabriela Mora, Ruby Reyes, and Cynthia Lewis.
Hi.
Good evening. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Leah Barkin, and I am a parent of a senior at Boston Latin Academy, and I live in Roslindale. I am here to speak in support of Gavin Smith remaining headmaster of Boston Latin Academy. I have respect for the experience of the teachers at BLA, but have been disturbed by the actions of a small group of parents and teachers and the lack of transparency. Mr. Smith has worked with teachers and parents to make impactful changes, such as expanding access to AP classes, improving grading and assessment, and hiring excellent teachers and department heads. Change is hard and is sometimes going to be resisted by those who most need to change. The district needs to support Mr. Smith's growth as a leader and help him to make important and sometimes difficult improvements. Parents and students should be included in the conversation. Mr. Smith is a thoughtful and dedicated headmaster who has accomplished a great deal in a short time. He should be given much more support and time to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christian Dubon Solis.
Hello, can everybody hear me and see me?
We can hear you, but your camera is not. There you are.
There you go. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so hello, members of the BSC and Superintendent Skipper. My name is Christian Dubon Solis, and I am an alumnus from the John D. O'Brien School of Mathematics and Science. I am speaking as not only an alumnus, but also as an older sibling of students currently going to and who will be going to the O'Brien. And I have concerns about moving the O'Brien to West Roxbury. I understand from this meeting that this is a proposal, and I use that term lightly because it seems some of the logistics have already been thought through, which will involve a long process filled with discussions and feedback from families and community members. But immediate concerns arise me about the rationale of this proposal and some of the logistics. And most importantly, how will this process be made clear and transparent to community members and families? It's a big historic idea, and it's going to require tons of feedback and input before we decide on the fate of an entire school community. For example, I live in Eastie, and when I talk about commuting, when I went to OB, I spent around an hour getting there. I was waking up around 5:30 to 6, hitting the snooze button a couple of times, just to get that extra 20 minutes in, just to get to school on time. Moving it to West Roxbury would add an additional 20, 30-ish minutes, which adds up over the course of a whole year. From the conversations I've heard, it seems like there may be plans to get shuttle buses to make the commute tolerable, and figuring out how to make travel more accessible to students across Boston, but it isn't enough. As the process goes forward, I hope there's a clear and transparent process outlined so that people who have concerns like I have, like the students, like the teachers, like the educators, have a clear, who are directly impacted, can have their questions and concerns answered and heard. Lastly, although I was not here specifically testifying on behalf of the support of Gavin Smith, I did have him as a teacher around 7 years ago. And I stand in support of him as an educator, a leader, and I remember some of the conversations on life he gave me in my class so many years ago. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gabriela Mora. Okay, Gabriela's not with us. So let's try Ruby Reyes.
My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm a Dorchester resident and the Executive Director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance. In 2018, our current school committee chair, Jerry Robinson, and Vice Chair Michael O'Neill voted to close the West Roxbury Educational Complex. You claimed you were concerned about the building and the safety of students, but you were making the decision based on what former Mayor Walsh told you to do. We know this because there has not been an equity analysis to determine the impact of what happened to the students. We know that the students that were in the autism program at the rec were sent to schools that did not have an autism program. We know that the promise to send the teachers of the autism program together with the students was also a lie. And we know that central office leadership has no idea what happened to those students. At the December 19, 2018 school committee meeting, Mr. O'Neill, the vote to close West Roxbury, said, "Our heart is with the youth of the city. That's where my individual loyalty is. It is not the city of Boston. It's not on anything else to do that may be insinuated." O'Neill then went on to say, "This is the most detailed planning and response the district has done when they have faced this issue." So just to clarify, the detailed response that Mr. O'Neill praised was to completely forget that those rec students ever existed, not find out what happened to them, renovate their building, then give it to an exam school in a predominantly white community. 2 weeks ago, this body voted to merge the Shaw and Taylor communities with no designated school building and the false promise that MSBA applications would suddenly be filled out correctly because they were not done so before. Racism is about what school communities get targeted for declining enrollment, closure, merger, who gets a school building first, and where those new school buildings will be. Your loyalty is to whatever mayor is in office at the time, and that is not leadership. It gives central office staff the green light to continue to carry out racist practices and not be accountable to BPS communities because you are leading by terrible example. That is not loyalty, it's racism. It's not insinuated, it's perpetuated, advanced through your decisions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Lewis. Cynthia will be followed by Andrew Pattinson, Hillary Bilkey, Kathleen Chardavoine, and Sulika Soto. Can you please unmute?
Yeah, my apologies. It's Venkat Chalasani. I have the wrong name there. My mistake. I think I clicked on the wrong link. I'm on the list.
Okay, go ahead,
Is
please.
that it? Thank you. I just wanted to kind of to start with. I'm a student. I'm a parent of 2 students who go to Boston Public Schools. Both of them, and I live in Charlestown neighborhood. And I want to talk about the exam school policy and how the new scoring system has affected us. My son is in the 6th grade. In spite of getting high 90s score, he's not able to get into any one of the exam schools because the school we go to does not get the extra 10 points. I've seen the numbers that Ms. Skipper has published in terms of who gotten into the exam schools. And you can clearly see that if you're in zone 7 or zone 8, the acceptance rates are significantly lower. And especially if you go to the 5 or 6 schools that are not, that don't get the extra 10 points, the acceptance levels are even lower. And we are trying to understand how this is equitable to everybody when a section of the Boston residents are not able to get their children into the exam schools where we do not have any other schools that have the same level of academic rigor as the exam schools have today. And the announcement that we have today as residents who live on the east side of the city, for us to be able to, even if there is an expanded O'Brien, that seems that we have to travel all the way across the city to West Roxbury, which seems like a significant distance to travel. And what some of the things that we would try to understand is that how can we do a better expanded eligibility for our students so that every eligible student can get into the exam school. And that might be a more equitable policy that would help us to all students in the city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Pattinson.
Hi, sorry, it's Cindy Lewis. I think he had my name, so I'm supposed to go here, I think.
Okay. Yeah, we do ask people to sign in under the name that they signed up, just to avoid confusion.
Great. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Cindy Lewis, and I'm the proud parent of an Elliott 6th grader, an 11-year-old girl, and I live in Charlestown. Similar to Mano and Venkat and Rebecca and others that you've heard about, in our community, there's been a significant chunk of students who are A+ students with near perfect MAP scores who were excluded from the exam school policy here. There are 3 things that this committee can do to help immediately rectify this. Number 1, expand seats. This has been talked about, but we can't wait until 2025. There are deserving students who've worked so hard, and parents are out of answers for these students as to why they should work so hard when mathematically, in some cases, they can't even get a seat. Number 2, expand or modify the policy so that you accept the same % of students within each tier rather than the same whole number of seats for each tier. The way the policy stands now, there are even seats left over, I'm quite sure, in tiers 1 through 6, where almost everybody gets a seat and almost everybody gets their top choice. Whereas in tiers 7 and 8, where there's far greater demand, there aren't enough seats. And number 3, the bonus policy. Allocate those bonus points to those individuals who need those points, not blanketed across entire schools. I think that the bonus policy alone is not the full problem. It's the % of seats within each tier that would remove a lot of stress for all these families who have no answers for their children as to why they did not get in, and some of their peers at bonus schools did, or other tiers, when they have near perfect scores.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Pattinson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Pattison. I've been a Boston resident for the past 14 years and currently live in East Boston. I'm also the son of a teacher and have given serious consideration to entering the teaching profession myself. It is extremely important for me that the school committee commit to releasing a statement affirming your support for funding ethnic studies, and more broadly, to defend our right for an education that teaches real history and speaks to the lived experiences of students living in Boston, rather than allow right-wing attacks to silence educators and students as they struggle to teach and learn from each other. Having read through the website of the national org, Parents Defending Education, and seeing them list the ethnic studies curriculum in BPS as a threat is sobering. These national forces aren't content with watering down education in states like Florida and Arizona, and they already have and will continue to attack our students and educators in Massachusetts as well, blue state or not. It is in this context that I asked the school committee to act. I am a shop floor leader of my union of restaurant workers at Logan Airport and work with many current students and recent graduates of BPS. They enter a working world where our employers exhibit racist hiring practices, sexual harassment is all too common from managers and customers, and anti-LGBTQ speech is endured with regularity. Ethnic studies is crucial in arming students to understand ourselves and each other. While there are some powerful interests in this country who do not want young people empowered to think and act critically and fight for justice in this world, I certainly do, and I hope you do as well. Please support the petition and release a statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hillary Bickley.
Hi, Hillary Bickley. I'm a parent of a 6th grader and a 3rd grader, currently enrolled at the Elliott. I've been a Boston resident for over 20 years, and I've lived in Charlestown. We moved here when I had my first baby, who's now 12. We were so excited that he did get into the Boston Latin School. That was his first choice. For the last 2 years, we've been super dreading opening that email because we didn't think he would get in. As parents of Elliott kids, we were told the 10 bonus points that we weren't going to get, even though he got a perfect score on his test and he's been getting straight A's. We were still thinking it wasn't going to be an option for us. So just to let you guys know that we have been under a lot of stress, and the last few weeks have been super heartbreaking, seeing my friends who I've known. The reason we chose Charlestown is because it's just a lovely community, and I really can count on all of the families in the neighborhood for support and for help. And it breaks my heart that they're really suffering right now without a clear high school for the pathway for a really good quality college applications. We feel very shut out by the Charlestown High School, which is lovely. We go there for sports. There's a theater program there. But if you look at the numbers of why we're not choosing to go there, I don't know how many people would choose that as their first choice with their attendance rates, their graduation rates, their AP classes. And I would love it if we had a local school that we could walk to. I love being able to walk to school, and it would be wonderful if we had more options than just 3 exam schools. I understand that we need to change it, and thank you for your work. But please just make sure it is fair and help the parents help our schools all get better instead of having to flee to private schools or moving out of the city. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Chardevoine.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kathleen Chardevoine. I'm a parent of 2 BPS students who attend the Elliott. My older child, a 6th grader, was predictably rejected from the exam schools, despite earning a composite score in the high 90s. My child was not the exception, but the rule in Tier 7 and 8, where the majority of excluded applicants reside. The data shared tonight shows that 280 of the 355 children rejected from the exam schools reside in Tier 7 and 8. You'll hopefully hear testimony about applicants who earned a perfect 100 in Tier 7, but did not get into BLS. Applicants who earned below a 97 in Tier 7 or 8 did not get into any exam school at all. Admission rates by tier, as shown in your data, are 91 to 100% in Tiers 1 to 5, and just 46 and 47% in Tier 7 and 8. The reason this continues to happen is because each tier is allocated the same number of seats, regardless of the number of applicants. Tier 7, with 262 applicants, gets 127 seats. Tier 5, with exactly half that number, 131, gets 128 seats. I
27.
ask you, is there really a discernible difference between families in tiers 5 and 7 that warrants such drastically different outcomes for applicants? The math exams, the bonus points, they don't change the simple mathematical fact. I'm here tonight, again, for the third year in the row, to ask you to fix the math. Allocate seats to tiers based on applicants to remedy this always unfair and often inequitable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suleika Soto, followed by Go Sasaki.
Good evening. My name is Suleika Soto. I'm a BPS parent, member of Beja, and a South End resident. Boston's mayor, superintendent, and this unelected committee gives good lip service about establishing and sustaining a community that achieves equity, is transparent, trustworthy, and is anti-racist, but it continuously is gaslighting families about how decisions are made. BPS and the mayor continuously fail to use their own racial equity planning tool, continue to make decisions behind closed doors without families and school communities, and even without this unelected committee being informed, as the O'Brien. Before changing to become the sexy word anti-racist, there needs to be a deep reflection about the history, culture, ideology, and interactions of institutions like this one and policies that have and can continue to perpetuate a system of inequity that is detrimental to communities of color. It would help with being anti-racist and equitable if BPS and the mayor actually use the tool with fidelity, and for this committee to read the tool carefully before each and every vote. BPS's own data shows the disparity in referrals made to law enforcement for Black and Latinx students compared to their white counterparts. From 2014 to 2018, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, or BRIC, which is affiliated with the police department and partially funded by Homeland Security, obtained over 100 incident reports regarding students. Only due to legal action taken by civil rights attorneys against the Boston Public Schools, it was revealed that in 2 of those cases, those reports shared were used to deport students, an alarming example of gaslighting. There's a stark contrast between discipline and delinquency, and Beja is troubled by the fact that the Memorandum of Understanding is being crafted in secret with lawyers in the BPD and without the family and community voice. What legal rights of students and parental awareness will be stipulated in the Memorandum of Understanding with the BPD? We need transparency and an opportunity for the community to give feedback. And we need more equity in the decisions that are made by this community, the mayor, and
Thank you,
BPS.
Suleika. Our next speaker is Go Sasaki, followed by Gregory Benoit, Carrie Hawkins, Juan Gali, Sophia Kreiter, and Nefertiti Lawrence. If you could please raise your hands in Zoom. Go Sasaki.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. I'm a former BPS teacher and current core member of the Massachusetts Asian American Educators Association. For the last 2 years, I worked on a project called Truth from Youth, looking at school climate data for BPS high schools. As you may have heard, Asian students did not do well. Compared to other students at high Asian population schools, Asian students felt more invisible, less safe, and less like they belonged. In my 8 years working in BPS, I found too many people, from students all the way to high district leadership, that showed me through their words and actions that they believed that Asian students were not American and that they were naturally gifted model minorities. Through working with our student leaders and through my teaching, I saw how these insidious stereotypes held by so many, including Asian students themselves, wreak havoc on the mental well-being of Asian students in BPS. That is why I and the Massachusetts Asian American Educators Association urge BPS to make sure to hire staff that reflect the student body of the school, including Asians. We also urge the school committee to proactively release the BPS Ethnic Studies Now committee statement to take a stand against right-wing attacks on education. It is important that students receive an education that reflects and honors the histories of resilience and resistance. Learning about the US is not complete without learning that is informed by ethnic studies, including Black studies, Indigenous studies, Latinx studies, and yes, Asian American studies. Finally, as a former OB teacher, I want to express my concern about transportation and accessibility for the new proposed OB site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gregory Benoit.
Am I on?
Yes. Good evening. Could you please turn on your camera for us?
My cam. I felt like my camera.
There you are.
There you go. How's it going? Good. So I'm here in support of Gavin Smith. If BPS is to be committed to its anti-racist agenda and all the words it's kind of plastered over the website in terms of retention of highly qualified candidates of color, then I think we need to support leaders that continue to be agents of change and agents and voices of disruption, especially in Boston, which has been shown or known to be historically racist. Excuse the frustration in my voice, it's that, you know, we become to get tired of looking at districts and schools that have changed their websites, their mission statements, to be more inclusive, to pledging solidarity to Black candidates, and only to turn their backs when times get tough. All right. So I'm asking you to feel the sense of urgency, and that communities of color might feel every day, and realize that talking is enough. Actualize those statements and begin to support Black leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Hawkins.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Skipper, the school committee, for hearing my testimony tonight with regards to the exam school policy and its implementation in our city. My name is Carrie Hawkins. I am proud mother of 3 BPS students, a 6th grader, a 4th grader, and a 1st grader, and a 23-year resident of Charlestown. I'm here representing the unintended consequences, to use the school committee's words from last year, in regards to last year, 268 students shut out and fully excluded from the exam schools by the newly instituted policy. I am the mother of a 6th grader who was very fortunate to receive a seat at his first choice school, the Boston Latin School, for this upcoming fall, which we are gladly accepting. And I am devastated for those in our community who have been clearly shut out from the system due to a new policy. Those 268 students last year were almost exclusively in tier 7 and 8, which includes large swaths of Charlestown, the North End, the South End, West Roxbury, and South Boston, and other communities. Equity means opportunity for all of our city's students, not just select neighborhoods. In tiers 1 through 5, almost every student that applied received a seat, regardless of high scores. Children in these communities, we are expecting from them perfection at the age of 11. For a child to receive a seat In our most competitive schools, the cutoff last year, I believe, was a 97. I know families who had full 100 scores this year that were not invited to their first choice schools. Our children are placed in schools by the city of Boston in kindergarten based on an algorithm that you set up. We do not choose the schools that our children attend. In expecting perfection from them, you are putting high stress on families. We ourselves spent the last year trying to find another community with the diversity of race, ethnicity, thought, and culture we so greatly value in the city of Boston. The fact that we're the most innovative city on the planet, leading the charge with our knowledge economy, and we only have 3 schools presenting college preparatory path is shameful. Fix the math, allocate the seats for these schools based on the number of applicants. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Gali.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Dutton. I'm with my husband, Juan Gali. And we just wanted to testify today also in the exam schools. So we have 2 girls in the BPS school community. One is an 8th grader at Boston Latin. And we also have a 6th grader who was recently rejected. And she did not get a seat at any of the exam schools. She's been excluded by the BPS system. And for us and for her, it's heartbreaking and it's frustrating. This leaves us with a very uncertain path for our children's education and our lifestyle choices that we have here in Boston, forcing us to contemplate whether we should stay in the city or move somewhere else where we can have access to high achieving schools like Boston Latin and the other exam schools that we have the opportunity to have in the city. We feel very strongly that the system needs to be addressed and changed. And while the plans that are being on the table for the future are great, we can't wait until 2025. It's important to plan for the future, but I think at the same time, we have to take care of our kids and our kids that are in school now. So I think it's important to eliminate the bonus point system. We also need to fix the math and figure out how to assign the number of seats per tier based on the number of applicants per tier. And then we also would love to be able to do something creative, to think outside of what's been proposed to accommodate the kids that have been excluded this year and next year,
Thank you,
so that we
Jean.
can find a solution for them. And then my husband wanted to say something as well.
Number of seats available based on the number of applicants. I think we have spoken about that earlier, and I think it makes the most sense. Thank you.
Thank you both. Our next speaker is Sophia Kreider, followed by Nefertiti Lawrence, Eric Estevez, Omar Roach, and Payal Kumar. If you could please raise your hands. Sophia? Sophia and Nefertiti are not with us. So let's try Eric Estevez.
Greetings. My name is Eric Esteves. I'm a parent, former employee, and board member for one of our high schools. My statement covers a little bit of everything because it's a big week, clearly. I'm in support of the ethnic studies statement. I'm not a fan of the proposal to move Leah Bryant to West Roxbury. And I've previously testified that it's my opinion that many of the inequities in the Boston Public Schools district is based on the exam school structure being from grade 7 to 12. While I don't think anyone's in favor of getting rid of exam schools completely, I think that idea should be considered. But I'll say the majority of my comments in support of keeping Mr. Gavin Smith as the head of school at Boston Latin Academy. Mr. Smith is a dedicated teacher, a creative educator, and a lifelong learner known for his professionalism, thoughtfulness, competence, and accessibility. And I don't think he's been properly resourced and equipped with the support necessary in order for him to fully lead BLA. It's clear that he is directly responsible for a dramatic increase in BLA's alumni engagement and an expansion of AP course taking by a broader representation of their student body. And just like myself, and frankly, all of us, Mrs. Smith probably has blind spots as well. But I'm not a fan of individuals and passionate educators being set up to fail in a wider context of systemic dysfunction.
20 seconds.
It's hard, and not everyone is good at it, but it takes intensive effort and a comprehensive willingness to dissect and analyze root causes. BPS has long suffered from a revolving door of leadership instability, and BLA will be, and its students will be done a disservice with continued change in leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Omar Roach.
Good afternoon. I'll make this fairly brief. I know everybody's a little time strapped, but good afternoon, Boston School Committee. My name is Omar Roach, and I'm a former BPS student, and I reside in Rosendale. And I'm here today in regards to the no confidence vote directed at Gavin Smith. I've had the utmost pleasure and privilege to have known Gavin for 7 years as a former student, mentor, and friend. I had the pleasure of having been a student for Gavin at the John D. O'Brien as a first-year high school student, and now as a mentor and friend, and as a soon-to-be graduate from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. The impact that Gavin has made on not just my academic and personal life has been immeasurable to my success, not just as a student, but as a person. I had the privilege of meeting Gavin in high school as a student, where he pushed for academic excellence, personal growth, and passion in all his students through all endeavors of life. And I know from experience that Gavin is an amazing educator, mentor, and leader, and has the skills to be an amazing and productive leader, not just in the future, but in this very moment. Gavin has made a habit of changing individuals' lives for the better and having an immeasurable positive impact everywhere he puts his mind and energy towards. It is alarming to me that a vote of no confidence has been raised against Gavin. And as I know very few people that can do the job that Gavin does in the manner he does it, with the results and excellence he provides. Even as a former student, Gavin continuously reaches out and cares for our future success. And he's always reached out to us as former students with personalized opportunities and ideas to further reach our dreams and full potential. Gavin has proven time and time again that he can lead through example and that he has the skills and experience to be an impactful leader, not just to students, but to the faculty and all those who need it. One of the most important skills that I find with a person in a leadership position is not just desire and care. Everybody that holds a leadership position must care to a certain degree. And Gavin doesn't just care, he loves and inspires and elevates all those around him. I cannot speak for his detractors, but I can say with absolute full confidence that I would not be the person in academic I am today without Gavin's leadership, passion, and true love for his craft. He is without a doubt and always will be the right person for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Payal Kumar is not signed into the meeting, so our next speakers will be Kelsey Vasquez and Deepa Soni.
Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Kelsey Vasquez, and I am a previous student of Boston Public Schools. I'm a parent of an 8th grader at Boston Latin Academy, and I live in Jamaica Plain. I am here to testify for my support of Mr. Gavin Smith. Aside from the letter that was written from a small percentage of parents in a shady private manner, I am saddened by the no confidence vote from the teachers. I grew up in the foster care system and experienced a plethora of traumas that no child should endure. A few to point out is abandonment and lack of long-term connection with people due to constantly being displaced. My son, who was adopted, has also experienced many of these traumas growing up, and I am making it my duty to help avoid and deter any negative impacts that I can. My son's last 2 years at BLA have been quite a ride. He went from being a straight A student in elementary school to getting C's, D's, and F's. I have been in constant communication with teachers, emailing, texting, talking points, and was hitting walls for weeks, sometimes months at a time. However, once I brought these matters to Mrs. Smith's attention, I was immediately contacted back within 24 hours from all teachers and counselors. He has made himself directly available to me in multiple ways, as he has with other parents that I have personally witnessed in just the SPC meetings alone. On one occasion, my son was hanging out at the park next to the school with a group of kids that were misbehaving and play fighting. I have voiced to Mrs. Smith my dislike of my son at the park, as my uncle was murdered last year, blocks away in daylight. That night, Mrs. Smith called me well after 7:30 p.m. that he had seen my son there, had engaged with the kids play fighting, and spoke to my son about the poor outcomes that can happen as being a Black and brown child perceived to be fighting in the streets. I have felt so alone after being failed by BPS myself and many other systems, and he has made me and my child feel included, seen, heard, and loved. In the letter, bullets at the school were mentioned, and I myself have attended Boston Public Schools where guns and knives were found, and never once did the headmaster take the fall. I hope you can get further training and support to remain at the school and not be nailed to a cross by a flawed and corrupt voting system. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deepa Soni.
Where am I? Good evening. My name is Deepa Soni, and this is my daughter, Soleil Desai, who is a 6th grader at the Elliott School. I would like to thank Superintendent Kelly, as well as the school board for opportunity to speak today. I also echo the parents of other fellow Elliott students who have spoke. And I would like to first say that I came to Boston 25 years ago to start my neurosurgery residency and completed it as the first woman of color and the second woman ever at Harvard Medical School, Brigham and Women's in its 150-year history in its entirety. So I am a firm believer of equity, inclusion, and diversity. I'm also someone who's very active in that space. And I congratulate the school board and BPS for their efforts to put equity as a priority in giving students seats at schools and a great education. My 6th grader, as well as her sister, her 2nd grader, work very hard like many other students in the school district. Soleil has achieved straight A's and has a composite score of 99.2%. She was first place winner in the citywide science fair, 5th place winner in citywide debate in the junior varsity league, and is involved in numerous other activities. We don't understand why students with merit are being penalized.
The numbers have been communicated well by my fellow parents, and we are asking you to address this urgently so that our students who are deserving, have merit, should not be robbed of their seats to go to the exam schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Robinson, that concludes our speakers for general public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and thank you to those of you who spoke this evening and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is extremely important to us. Our first action items this evening are 2 memorandum of agreement between SEIU Local 888 Professional Employees Chapter, Department of Planning and Engineering. You will recall that Labor Relations Director Jeremiah Hassan presented these tentative agreements to the committee at our May 24th meeting. I will now invite the superintendent to offer final comments.
Thank you, Chair. Just as a point, our planning and engineers, they play such a vital role for us in the school district. They keep our school facilities safe, they keep them updated. I just want to thank the union for their collaboration throughout the process and for the work that their members do every day. And I would recommend a yes vote on this contract.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to the committee for any final questions or comments. Are there any questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you. The committee will take 3 votes, 1 on each agreement and 1 on a supplemental appropriation request to support the cost of the agreements. I will now entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement between SEIU Local 888 Professional Employees Chapter, Department of Planning and Engineering, P&E, and the Boston School Committee for the period September 1, 2020 through August 31st, 2023 as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement between SEIU Local 888 Professional Employees Chapter, Department of Planning and Engineering, P&E, and the Boston School Committee for the period September 1, 2023 through August 31st, 2026 as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a
Second.
second? Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lupera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve a fiscal year 23 supplemental appropriation request to the Boston City Council in the amount of $186,862 to support the memorandum of agreements for successor collective bargaining agreements between the Planning and Engineering Union and the Boston School Committee as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The motion is approved unanimously.
thank you. Our final action item this evening is interim salary and non-personnel payments on external funds. You'll recall that Chief Financial Officer Nate Cooter presented this recommendation to the committee at our May 24th meeting. I will now invite the superintendent to offer any final comments.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm just going to go directly to Mr. Cooter because I think we've discussed it before for
Okay.
time.
Hello, Chair. Hi, committee members. David Bloom here today in Nate's absence. This vote grants BPS the authority to begin appropriating resources and paying salaries for grants that are not formally given to us until typically October of the school year. So this allows us to start the work in advance of the official appropriation of those grants. We will come back to you for a formal vote on each grant when they're awarded in the fall.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open it up to the committee for any questions or comments. Okay, so hearing, okay, Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
If I'm looking at the right document, this also is part of the grants package that is this the grants package that we're looking at? With the, no.
No.
Then ignore this question.
Okay. All right. All right, we're going to move on. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the interim salary and non-personnel payments on external funds as presented. Is there a motion?
Come on.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
I'm abstaining because I'm confused on what we're voting on, but move forward.
Thank you. Ms. LaPera,
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
The motion is approved.
thank you. Our first report this evening is memorandum of agreements between the Boston School Committee and the Boston Association of School Administrators and Supervisors, also known as BASIS. Before I turn it over to Labor Relations Director Jeremiah Hassan, I want to invite Superintendent to give introductory remarks. I'd also like to remind everyone to please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to, to the committee and the public, we continue to work to close out all of our union contracts. Tonight, Director Hassan will share the latest agreement that we have reached with the Boston Association of School Administrators and Supervisors. We call that unit BASIS. Our BASIS members, they work across the district. They serve schools as assistant principals, as director of operations. Some serve centrally as the regional ops leaders, assistant directors of special education. I mean, they're really literally throughout our system as leaders. They really, they contribute so much to supporting the health, the safety, the academic success of our students. And I'm grateful for all that they do. And I want to thank the union and the union leadership for their collaboration throughout the process and for the work of their members every single day in our schools and district. At this point, I'll now turn it back over to Director of Labor Relations, Jeremiah Hassan, and he will share the details of the contract publicly.
Thank you, Superintendent Skipper and Madam Chair, committee members. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to present this tentative agreement that we have with BASIS, and I recommend that you vote in favor of it. So walking you through the agreement, it covers 4 years. It's actually 2 agreements. The first being 2 years covering fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22. It's a wages only agreement, and it covers a wage pattern that is similar to what was offered to the Boston Teachers Union. So it's 2% general increases in FY 21 and a 3% general wage increase in FY 22. Looking at the second of the agreements, it also covers 2 years for fiscal year 23 and 24. In fiscal year 23, it is a 3.5% increase. In fiscal year 24 is a 3% increase. Again, this mirrors the wage increases that were given to the Boston Teachers Union, and it is in recognition of the significant changes in the inclusive education model that's being delivered and being revised and improved throughout the district. You'll notice that it is a little bit of a bigger increase in recognition of all the work that's going to be needed to bring our inclusive education up to the standard that we believe is necessary to best serve our students. In addition to the wage increases, we have revised the leave language to be more consistent with the City of Boston's paid parental leave. And we have expanded the current language for religious holidays to make it more inclusive and allow for religious observance days that are not the standard or maybe some of the more traditional ones. So that again, you've seen in some of our other contracts with our unions. Those are the major changes in this agreement. It's fairly straightforward. We believe it's a fair deal in recognition of the hard work of these real district leaders. As Superintendent Skipper pointed out, these are our administrators and supervisors in the district, really a group that drives a lot of the work that we need to appropriately serve our students. So I just want to reiterate that I believe this is a good, fair deal for the district and for this unit, and I recommend voting in favor of it. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Hudson, and for that report. And thank you to your entire team for all of their work reaching these agreements. I'll now open it up to the committee for any questions or comments. Okay, hearing none, I just want to say thank you again to all, and the committee looks forward to taking actions on these agreements at our next meeting on June 21st. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Our main report this evening is an exam schools admission policy implementation update. Before I turn it over to the Deputy Superintendent of Equity, Family, and Community Advancement, Dr. Ana Tavares, and Chief of Family Advancement, Denise Snyder, I'd like to invite the superintendent to give some opening remarks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. Tonight, we'll share an update for the committee on the 23-24 school year implementation of the exam school admissions policy. We've learned a lot from different stakeholders and heard a lot from different stakeholders about how they're experiencing this new policy. Those experiences include families who are disappointed that they did not receive an invitation based on the new tier system, sometimes confused as to why, and as well as families who are excited to receive an invitation when they might not have been expecting to get one. You know, the school committee's exam school admissions task force developed this policy in 2021, and it incorporated community feedback and input along the way. This is the first full year of implementation. We know that we need several years of data to understand the full impact of the policy. You'll hear a little more about how our team is beginning to think about policy evaluation and some of the work that is already underway. While it's difficult to make conclusions without multiple years of data, my team and I are looking closely at initial results from this year and last year's implementation to identify if there are any patterns of concern about implementation. We understand that admissions to one of our exam schools is high stakes for our families, as we've heard. We must continue to pursue rigor and more opportunities across the city so that families have high-quality options for their child in every neighborhood. Yesterday's announcement about our vision and proposals for our high schools is an important step in potentially increasing those opportunities across more of our schools, including adding additional seats, exam school seats at the O'Brien. I want to acknowledge some of the challenges that we have had with implementation this year. We know as a district, we must do better. Families must trust our process. And we have to earn that trust back. I can't fix the past, but I can focus on the future. And I've charged senior members of my team with monitoring the invitation process and recommending process changes, including what multiple internal and external checks will be implemented to ensure accuracy going forward. A few of the things we're looking at are where this work lives in the organization and what is the appropriate oversight needed, our current timeline, because we must use grades from 2 quarters. We often don't get all of the information we need until February or March. And we're exploring what options we have to move the timeline of invitations to earlier in the spring. And what multiple internal checks must be put in place before we even send anything out to the external auditor. Right now, there's only one internal check, and we need to, I feel, insulate this further. Before turning it over to the team, I want to thank the families and students from this year's eligibility pool. I also want to thank the families who testified tonight and at the past school committee and really shared their experiences and recommendations. We're presenting a lot of data tonight, but I know that behind that data are real students and real families who are impacted. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Ana Tavares, the Deputy Superintendent of Equity, Family, and Community Advancement, to begin the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent Skipper. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Boston School Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you an update on the learnings from this year's implementation of the exam school admissions policy. This report is a reflection of work done collaboratively across several divisions. I acknowledge the work of our colleagues in the Office of Data and Accountability, the Office of Welcome Services, the Office of Instructional and Information Technology, and the divisions of academics, specifically the schools team. Thank you, teams. We are working hard in collaboration year-round to implement the exam school policy and support schools as they transform to support an ever-changing school population. Next slide, please. This evening, we are going to focus on 3 critical questions. How has the new policy changed student geographical, racial, and socioeconomic diversity in these schools? 2, what is the impact of the points, specifically for BPS schools? And 3, how are the students under the new admission policy doing? We also acknowledge creating opportunities for our historically vulnerable students includes our commitment to building strong academic opportunities for our students across all of our high schools in Boston Public Schools. Next slide, please. It is important to briefly step back and consider why the policy change. The goals set by our school committee in creating the exam school admission policy task force in 2021 was to create an admissions process that supports academic rigor and works toward ensuring the student body better reflects the racial, socioeconomic, and geographic diversity of all students in the city of Boston. To bring this to life, I'd like to reference 2 examples of inequity that existed under the former policy. In the last 3 years of the former policy, 7 BPS schools accounted for 47% of 7th grade exam school invitations sent to BPS students. I'll repeat that. 7 BPS schools accounted for 47% of 7th grade exam school invitations sent to BPS students. Even though these 7 schools only represented 19% of the entire BPS sixth grade enrollment. 3 out of 23 neighborhoods represented 30% of the students invited to exam schools. At this time, I'd like to invite my colleague, Chief Snyder, to walk us through the policy overview and history.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Dr. Tavares. The next few slides will be a reminder of how the new assignment policy works and a bit about its history. Next slide, please. So over the past 4 years, we've experienced 4 different sets of criteria for admissions. 2020-21 was the last year of the former policy, which involved the Independent Schools Entrance Exam, or ICE, as we know it. An interim policy created during the pandemic was implemented for 21-22, utilizing grades and zip codes. And last spring, a year ago last spring, we implemented phase 1 of the new policy using grades, tiers, and points. And this spring, for the first time, we invited students under the guidelines of the full policy. Next slide, please. The full policy, as a reminder, includes the following. There's a grade point average that includes the previous year as well as the first part of the current year. And this accounts for 70% of the student's score. Scores from the measures of academic progress, the MAP growth assessment, and this counts for 30%. And potentially any additional points applied that address inequities about socioeconomic status. And these include either 15 points for students who are experiencing homelessness, living in public housing, or in the care of Department of Children and Families, or 10 points for students who attended a school in the previous year, where 40% or more of the students enrolled come from economically disadvantaged families. Next slide, please. I think in light of some of the challenges we had this year, it's important, given the error we made around calculating 7th grade GPA, that we share a reminder of the correct methodology and how we addressed it. So in this slide, you can see the correct methodology, the one that we did use in our recalculation. So unlike a straight averaging technique, BPS uses prior year grades, we average those, then we average current year grades, and then the 2 data points are averaged again to get to a grade point average, or GPA, that we use for a composite score. This provides equal weight to a year's worth of 5th grade classes in 2 subjects, together with initial grades in 4 subjects in the current year. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about how we generate invitations. BPS allocates all invitations using a straight rank process within 8 socioeconomic tiers. Each tier receives approximately the same number of invitations. As a reminder, a tier is composed of geographic areas in Boston that have similar socioeconomic characteristics based on 5 data points, as you can see on this slide. Students are placed in one of these tiers based on home address. Invitations are allocated based on rank from highest to lowest of the composite scores within their tier. Invitations are awarded in rounds, with the lowest tier going first and the highest tier going last in each round. In each round, 10% of the seats are allocated to each tier. Students are placed in a seat based on their preference up to the number of available seats. So for example, if their preference is Boston Latin Academy, followed by the O'Brien School, and BLA is full, but O'Brien has seats, the student would be assigned to the O'Briens. At this point, before we move to the next section, I'd like to take a moment to introduce Dr. Drew Eccleston, Chief of Schools and Accountability, who will do some framing for us around the next section. Next slide.
Thank you, Denise. My job is to kick off a little bit about this next section that's going to focus on data analysis. I think it's important for us to be clear on what the data is telling us, both about access to the 3 exam schools, but also for us to tell a story about what we know thus far around the impact of the additional points, specifically for BPS schools. We'll also spend some time later in the presentation sharing data around how our students are doing as far as we can tell relative to course grades thus far in the process. I'll turn it over. If we could just switch it to the next slide, please. This is a table that is looking at total enrollment over a number of years for both BPS and non-BPS students at the exam schools. As a reminder, the 2020-2021 admission cycle was the last year that the district used the ISEE as part of the admissions process. In the 2021-2022 admission cycle, used the interim policy. Last school year, we required a B average for current year grades and required applicants to rank exam school choices. In this spring, as previously discussed, we implemented the full policy. The total number of applicants this year was 2,237, similar to last year, but with an increased 7th grade applicant from BPS schools and a decrease in 9th grade applicants from both BPS and non-BPS schools. We're going to dig further into this data, and I'll turn it back over to my colleague, Denise Snyder, who will continue to walk through these slides.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Dr. Eccleston. If we continue through the analysis, the slide you're looking at now displays the number of invitations that were distributed, again, looking across the 4 years. As you can see, the number of invitations distributed for grade 7 for school year 23-24 was the same as for school year 22-23, and it was an increase of 56 invitations for grade 9. Next slide, please. We're going to dig a little bit into the demographics of the student applicants or invitations. This slide shows the percentage of grade 7 invitations that were distributed to different student groups, including students experiencing homelessness and in the care of DCF, as well as English learners, students with disabilities, and economically disadvantaged students. Compared to school year 2021, as you can see, students in historically underrepresented groups received higher percentages of invitations this year, and that was similar to last year's invitations as well. Next slide, please. This slide shows the geographic distribution of invitations for 7th grade. The percentage of invitations distributed by neighborhood for the coming 23-24 year is similar to distribution of invitations in 22-23 and better reflects the enrollment in our schools citywide than the invitations distributed in 2021. You'll see 4 neighborhoods highlighted in orange, indicating where we have seen increased invitations from previously underrepresented neighborhoods that are more proportional to the percentage of citywide school-age children in Boston. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the percentage of 7th grade invitations distributed by race. Compared to 2021, a higher percentage of students of color received invitations to exam schools for 23-24. You'll also see these percentages are also similar to the invitations distributed last year. And next slide, please. This slide shows the number of invitations distributed by tier in 7th grade. As you can see, students in every tier received invitations to each of the 3 exam schools. The percentage of students invited to an exam school in each tier that received additional points, sorry, let me say that again. The percentage of students invited to an exam school in each tier receiving additional points, either 10 or 15, ranged from 34% in tier A, 8 to 96% in tier 1. Next slide, please. This is a summary slide of the analysis, and basically in sum, we're sharing that the new admission policy increased the socioeconomic, the geographic, and the racial diversity of students invited to attend the district's exam schools for the coming year, 23-24. Historically underrepresented groups of students received an increased percentage of invitations when compared to 2021 pre-policy. And this is consistent with patterns that we saw with last year's invitations as well. Let me go one more slide, please. This slide shows information on the impact of the additional points. So you can see here, 97 BPS schools, these are schools with relevant grades, and 19 non-BPS schools qualified for the additional 10 points. 65% of 7th grade applicants received an additional 10 points. And approximately 7% of 7th grade applicants received the additional 15 points. Next slide, please. And here we're going to talk a little bit about the impact of the points on schools who do not and students who did not receive them from those schools. You can see here examples of how students in BPS schools without points are impacted by the policy change. Of the 7 BPS schools that do not qualify for the additional 10 points, the percentage of students who applied for grade 7 and received an invitation ranged from 24 to 83%. Next slide, please. Before I turn this over to my colleagues to talk a little bit about how students are faring in the exam schools under the new policy, I want to spend a moment on wait lists because I know this is a question that's been asked before. You may recall that the district implemented wait lists at the exam schools for the first time last year. So as we enroll students again for fall, this will be the second time that we implement wait lists. And the wait list was a very important factor to the task force. However, I know we're still learning a lot about how it plays out and how we can adjust our traditional practices to account for these changes. As a reminder, to be eligible for the wait list, students need to meet the eligibility criteria to get into an exam school and to rank the school as one of their choices. All the wait lists are also capped at 100 students. And students are added to wait lists based on preferred schools for which they did not receive an invitation. So if they got into a second choice, they would be on a wait list for their first choice, provided that we had not reached the 100 cap. One of the things we learned last year is that we waited to call wait lists until August, which has a lot to do with critical mass, but we are responding to we're responding to outreach about that, and we recognize that we can build the capacity to begin to do that work earlier, and so we will begin making calls as soon as seats become available. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Eccleston back to talk about how students who are invited to exam schools are faring. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Denise. It is obviously important for us to interrogate how our students are doing once they are admitted into an exam school. On the next slide, it will show you the years of students that we're talking about. It's important for us to evaluate using summative information. And so we have summative information, particularly course grades, for students from the 2020-21 school year, as well as the 2021-2022 school year. The students who are currently finishing their 7th or 9th grade year this year have not yet earned their final grades. And obviously we will continue to do evaluation of that as we continue to move forward and evaluate this policy. Next year's group, as we've talked about, next year's cohort will be the first group entering an exam school under the full implementation of the policy. We'll move to the next slide, please. This is a slide, and I'll just give everyone a moment to sort of orient to it, that is looking at 7th grade math scores for their course grades. So here's what we know about how students in grade 7 performed in the area of mathematics. If you look at the bottom of the graph along the x-axis, you will see grades by year for each of the 3 exam schools. You will note that BLA is the far left, BLS is in the middle, and O'Brien to the far right. You will notice that grades at BLA and O'Brien appear very consistent in the area of mathematics from the 2021-2022 school year. And grades at BLS are also fairly consistent, but with a reduction of students with grades of B and a slight increase of students with a final grade of D, but these differences are very small. I'll move to a similar graph on the next slide, outlining this same course grades for ELA. This is again looking at students in grade 7 at each of the 3 exam schools. You will notice that final grades appear very similar for 7th grade students at both Boston Latin School and O'Brien in the area of English language arts. At BLA, you see a slight decrease of final grades of A and a slight increase in C's and D's in ELA. I'm very honored that this evening, several of the exam school heads of school are on this call. And should you have additional questions about how the exam schools are supporting students, I know they would be eager and ready to answer any of the questions that the committee might have. But it does take a lot to ensure that we are providing the right types of supports for students. It's important to note that the 3 schools have traditionally offered supports for all students, including a summer readiness and orientation program. But there's been an increased focus on ensuring that students who may need additional support acclimating to the culture and climate of the schools have additional layers of support to do so. These resources include summer orientation, as well as additional school counselors added for entry grades, expanded tutoring options for students after school, nights and on the weekends, including with staff and peer-to-peer tutoring options, and additional support teams that monitor performance, connect with families, and expand community building opportunities throughout the school community. I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Tavares, who will speak more about work that the district is doing to evaluate the impact of this policy over time.
Thank you, Dr. Eckelson. I'll actually pass the next slide to Chief Snyder.
Thank you both. We want to dive into a little bit about ongoing and future work that helps to answer some of the questions that these couple of slides begin to address. So what we've shared so far really is just the beginning. Assessing impact of the policy will require multiple years of data. As Superintendent Skipper noted at the beginning, data from 1 year of new students in a school isn't enough. And this year's invitations really do represent the first full year of implementing on the new policy. To do this work well, we're engaging with a team of external researchers who will focus on the experiences and the outcomes with students over 3 years and in relation to previous cohorts. To do this, we're engaging, as I mentioned, with a team of external researchers. Can we move to the next slide, please? And the goal in doing so is to identify promising strategies to shift the culture in the schools and support new students. So how did we get here with regard to this research project? The researchers approached Boston Public Schools during the public process to change the policy in 2021. Having done research about exam schools across the country, they're interested in studying the outcomes of our changed policy. This is, though, a district-led research process. We jointly crafted a research proposal and worked with them on the parameters for the research questions, scope, and timeline. And we want to focus on social, emotional, and academic support. Basically, what's the student experience? As we learn more about our own analysis, they and we are really open to learning about additional questions. You know, if you look through these slides, there are deeper exploration around the slower expansion of invitations for students with disabilities and our multilingual learners, you know, in terms of being invited into these cohorts. Our goal here really is to work to identify the work that we need to do to help our students and our schools to really build climate and culture that supports learning and emotional needs. Our researchers are working closely with our BPS Office of Data Accountability and our Office of Family Engagement and Advancement to ensure that the research is useful to the schools in our district, while the privacy of all of the members of the community is upheld. At this time, I'd like to turn it back to Dr. Tavares to close our report with some final learnings. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Snyder. And only 2 more slides to go. We want to shift from learning about students to learning about our practices and how we can improve upon them through key learnings and opportunities. Next slide, please. Each year of policy implementation has brought change to the process, with this year being the first time we implemented the full policy. While the task force predicted that the many involved pieces would require an external reviewer, there was much they could not have predicted. We've learned a lot about our capacities and, more importantly, our areas for improvement. Opportunities we are researching for the next round include, first, systems improvements. We're working with the Office of Instructional and Information Technology to create a notification portal. We're also exploring the idea of a GPA calculator, similar to a mortgage calculator, where students and families can plug in their own grades to have a better understanding of their academic standing. We also recognize the critical need to continue adding internal reviews and to also partner with an experienced external reviewer. Second, expanding our applicant pool, which is critical to the mission of the policy. We commit to doubling down on our work with family liaisons to outreach in more targeted ways to partner with families. Continuing outreach with our community partners and adding native language info sessions to reach more families in their preferred language. Lastly, with regard to equitable access and earlier notification, we've heard from this body, from our schools, and from our families. BPS has created a grade entry work group focused on the coding of courses to align the ELA, science, and social studies requirements, as well as grading timelines, while improved processes for grade entry. We're also exploring the opportunity to provide a more equitable structure for GPAs, moving all grade 6 students to one schedule for grading. If we were, for example, to move all grade 6 students to trimesters, all students would have one submission of current year grades for consideration, rather than some have 2 sets of grades. And we would be able to accelerate the qualifying process and provide not just exam school applicants, but all grade 7 applicants with much earlier notification. This concludes our report. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to Dr. Tavares and Ms. Snyder for your report. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Who would like to begin? Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
I guess I'll go first. And I was right about the previous vote we took, and I didn't ask my question, but I'm going to ask it in new business. I guess I don't know where to start. I think two things. One, thank you for the report and for the time, and I know it's late, so I'm just acknowledging that. But also an important conversation, so I want to make sure we have it. I guess the first question I have, and I had asked for this data, it's not in the report tonight, and I haven't seen it. But I am curious, based on the last few weeks, sort of what I'm hearing is that there are families who are coming forward who are saying they have composite scores that are near perfect, and they were not able to get a seat into an exam school. And we didn't share any composite score data around tiers and how it worked and sort of the levels of sort of what that all means. And I guess, real fact, how true is it, the sort of narrative that we're hearing that overwhelmingly students in tiers 1 through 6 can get in, much more difficult for kids in 7 to 8. And also like people with perfect scores are not getting into the school, into one of the schools.
So thank you for that question. April, I think Director Clarkson will be able to answer some of that. I know that she was in the process of pulling together the composites.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cadet Hernandez, for that question. We are looking into the composite scores. It is true that the composite scores do vary by tier and by the exam schools that they're going into. And so we're putting that data together and we'll be able to share more after this meeting.
Copy. Is it fair? Is there anything even back of envelope you can offer? Like what's the lowest composite score a student could have to enter one of the exam schools across the city?
Sure, give me 1 second.
And I guess I'm asking because one, this is complicated. And then there are parts of me that think it's not as complicated as we've made it. But so while you're looking, I guess in this presentation, we heard nothing about further immediate, like an urgency around expanding the seat availability. And so I'm curious sort of where, while you're looking, Mrs. Clarkson, like I'm curious where that lives for you, Superintendent. It feels like people are just like, give us more seats. And I think we'd solve a lot of noise. We've seen the applicant pool decrease, it looks like almost in half over the last few years. I'm just curious. It seems like we would, the meetings might even be shorter if we were just creating more seats across the city.
So, right. So I think part of the proposal with the O'Briens obviously is to have a facility that could expand some 400 seats relative to the O'Brien. I believe in that in the case of BLS, in the case of BLA, the physical space is maxed out. We have 2 leaders on the call. Tonight, I think the O'Brien is a given. We've already kind of had that conversation about their space. But I know that school leader Gallagher is on from BLS. We work with the school leaders when it comes to the enrollment time to determine what they have for space. And so I think we can just
and I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to be mindful of time. I hear the space piece at existing schools. I guess I'm like even just throwing it out. Like, is there a 4th school? Is there something, I feel like we're just like not thinking critically about solving the problem. I don't know if these are my values on a personal level for my own child. I haven't crossed that bridge, but I do know that I'm hearing people say, I want a school that is selective. Like, I want things that I want to be able to screen out and only be around high performers. And we've built a system that values that. So we either have to like lean into those values or like move really far away from them. But I just like, we have space. Like, why not just do a fourth school?
So I think, I mean, we could spend a lot of time on this question, to be honest with you. I think, you know, one of the things is we have a bunch of high schools that we're trying to bring the quality up and invest in, for one thing. I also think envisioning and building a fourth exam school and what that would look like is something that will take time. And I think part of the thing we're looking at is how are we able to meet the immediate needs, you know, which is a combination of increasing the quality we have along with, you know, something that's a more short-term, couple of year kind of process in some of the proposals that we've made around, say, like the O'Brien. So I think we're trying to think out of the box about those things. I can't say that a fourth exam school has been proposed, you know, in that way, because I think part of what our concern is district-wide is also taking the current high schools that we have and bringing them to a level where it isn't just about a selection or a selective body, but whether it's about the equity of the entire high school population. So I think it's certainly a conversation that could happen. It's certainly a conversation this body could choose to happen. But right now, I think with the bandwidth we have and the resources we have, we are trying to both be innovative relative to hearing, expand seats, and that's behind the O'Brien proposal that we have on the table, at the same time that we're also trying to increase the quality of the high school seats we already have.
I know I'm out of time, but Ms. Clarkson, did you have that number for us?
Yes, the lowest composite score was a 64.8.
A 64 or a 54, I'm sorry.
Sorry, 64.8.
And is it true that there are perfect scores that don't get in then?
I believe so, but we're looking into it to get the exact number.
Thank you.
I just want to add, I think that's, I don't have it in front of me either, but I believe that's there are 15 students.
Okay. Are there other questions, comments?
May I just add one more thing on that? And I don't have this in front of me, the breakdown. But when we talk about the 15 students who didn't, we would also have to go back and look at how many of them ranked more than one choice, because some only ranked one choice of school. And I know that people have their hearts set on certain schools. And I think traditionally that has always been the case for generations, and families sometimes and students find out that, you know, other schools really did meet their needs incredibly well. So I just, again, I just numbers wise want to say that some of the schools, some of the students, we'd have to go back and look at how many of them made more than one choice.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Ms. Snyder, for that, because that's exactly the question I was going to ask. Of the 15 students that had perfect scores, I'd like to know how many were out of school so that they received no points. And then how many only selected one school? So did they receive a invitation to a school that was not their first choice, or did they only do one choice? And so, and that can be a follow-up piece of information. I am intrigued by what Mr. Eccleston, Dr. Eccleston was, excuse me, yes, Dr. Eccleston was presenting. about the supports that are being given at the schools. And I know you've mentioned that we have several school leaders today here with us. I would love to hear a bit more from them, out of respect for them hanging in at this late hour as well. Would love to hear directly from school leaders about the supports that are being provided, because that was also an important part of the policy as presented by the task force. And so if we could talk a bit more about the supports that are being provided at each of the schools, and I'd love to hear it directly from the school leaders. Thank you.
I think School Leader Gallagher is on and School Leader Wood is on.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thanks for calling on me, Mr. O'Neill. Happy to share what we're doing at Boston Latin School. We have significantly increased our supports over the last few years, particularly thinking about our students in grades 7 and 8. The transition to Boston Latin School from any sixth grade is a challenge and always has been. And over the last couple of years, we've put a number of things in place, on top of a Saturday Success School and our peer-to-peer tutoring that we have on a daily basis. We've created our Wolfpack After School, where we specifically target students in grades 7 and 8 who might have some struggles early in the school year, to make sure they're getting the support, not just academically, but also with their executive functioning skills, which are really needed to be successful in the exam schools, on how to best use their time, how to best organize, how to best plan their days and their evenings. And we also do that with some recreational activities as well. And of course, we feed the students too. But we also do our traditional BLS Summer Foundations program for 2 weeks, which we invite all of our incoming grade 7 and grade 9 students to join us for 2 weeks, where they really get to not just become comfortable with the much larger building. The reality of it is that, where we have over 2,400 students, which is more than 5% of the Boston Public Schools coming into BLS every day. And the building is completely full. So for students coming from really smaller schools with 200 to 300 kids, it's quite a shock. So when they were able to come during the summer for a couple of weeks, we're able to introduce them to the classrooms, to the hallways, to meet teachers, to meet friends, and give them a jump start on what the academic load feels like, as well as the supports that are available to them. We also break our 7th and 8th grade down into clusters. So students are clustered into 3 clusters in each grade, with a specific group of teachers, as well as guidance counselors who are able to support them through their first couple of years at Latin School. And then those teachers also meet on a regular basis to figure out if there are any additional needs that they or their families need to help them to be successful. All that on top of, increasing the number of guidance counselors, increasing our clinical counseling team, in our peer mentoring programs. Just kind of an idea of some of the things that we have in place to help our students transition from any other school to Boston Latin School. So hopefully that's been helpful, Mr. O'Neill.
And I think School Leader Wood is on as well.
Yes, so in addition to all the supports, similarly that they have at Boston Latin School, at the O'Brien, we have several academic partnerships with Squash Busters, Boston Partners in Education, 826 Boston, and Mass Insight. So in addition to at the Latin School, we have a Summer Scholars Academy. We just brought our 9th and 10th graders in for a test up day so that we can gauge which level of math and world language they would be appropriately placed in. Similarly, we cohort our middle school students into small learning communities. So we have 6 homerooms per grade, and those students are assigned to a student affair coordinator, a guidance counselor, and a head of school, and that allows them to meet collaboratively to provide additional supports. We also have a biweekly advisory, which provide lessons to create a sense of belonging and help students develop relationships with their teachers. And similar to Boston Latin School, we've increased the number of guidance counselors, social workers, and psychologists.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks both of you for sharing that. And so much of what I've heard you saying is so different in the past couple of years, have been great additions. So thank you for that. And Superintendent, I do point out in the conversation about expanding the schools, you know, the one that I think, if you think through the physical plant issues, you heard Mr. Gallagher say Latin School is filled to the brim, so to speak. Boston Latin Academy has a building that has some district offices using part of the building. And you know, if we could figure out a way to consolidate some office space, that would potentially free up some room for some renovations for BLA. I mean, that you've already talked about O'Brien as well, but there may be room to, you know, do some incremental growth, particularly at BLA, I would think, because of that space that they don't have in their building, which I think they've requested sometimes over the years. So just want to put that thought on the table.
No, that's definitely out there. Vice Chair, in fact, we're looking at the basement area as well to see, you know, how we might be able to recoup that space and what would be needed and how much it would cost. So I think that's definitely something that's on the table in terms of it.
Superintendent, I just wanted to correct the record on a piece of data that was shared earlier that I think was inaccurate, if that's okay.
Oh, sure.
I think earlier it may have been shared that there were 15 students who had perfect composite scores who were not admitted into an exam school. And I just wanted to maybe have Executive Director Clarkson, if she would mind just sharing and clarifying that data point.
Yes, sorry. So there were not 15 students with perfect scores who did not get an invite, but rather there were 15 students with perfect scores that did not receive 10 points. Of those 15 students, the vast majority of them received an invite, and there were fewer than 6 students that didn't receive an invite. In that case, there was only one exam school that was ranked, and therefore that one top choice ranked school was not given in that case.
So if I hear you right, there were 15 students that had perfect scores that did not receive incremental either 10 or 15 points.
Right.
Out of those 15, 6, so that would be 9 received an invite.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry,
Sorry,
I will
no.
say it specifically. I'm concerned because this is a public meeting and the numbers are so small when we get into these cases. So 15 had a perfect score with no additional points. 14 received invitations to an exam school. 1 did not.
And I understand the issue you're talking about when we get to very small numbers about
Correct.
student confidentiality. So I will stop. Thank you.
Mr. Cardet Hernandez.
Thanks again for the second round. I will go back to the previous sort of point about I think a lot of our problems would be solved if we were figuring out urgently, like, you know, we're merging school in a single year that we voted on last week. Like we can move with urgency when we want to around expanding the seats, building a new school. I just think we can be creative, and I don't set the agenda here, but I raise a lot of concerns. And so, you know, like that's my plea to like keep the conversation alive. It's why I was pushing for this to happen, I don't know, 4 or 6 weeks ago when this first came up, because I'm like, if we're really going to do something, the clock is ticking. It was ticking, and we'll find ourselves in another position where we're like, well, we can't do anything this year, but like, I don't know how long that announcement was planned that we had yesterday, but like, you know, it seems like we can move fast when we want to move fast. So I just, that's my plea. Like we could do something. And I don't think that takes away from improving seats across the city. It's the last thing I'd want to do is to create high concentrations of vulnerability as a result of expanding selective schools. At the same time, there's like clearly ways that we know will work. Like one, we're having a whole meeting about these 3 schools tonight and talking about like the tiniest number of kids. And they all matter, but it defies logic in some ways. And I think like I looked at like slide 24 of the presentation and it was like, look at all these amazing things that, kids who are from historically marginalized communities are going to get when they go to these like high performing schools. And I want to live in a universe where
The kid gets it.
talking about that for every school. And that's just like the floor, like there's nothing special about what's offered. There's not just like a special summer bridge here, but like every kid is going to summer bridge. And, I hope we see that. And the same is true. Like I felt a little sad about the research project. Like, I think it's lovely that we're doing it, but like, I don't know, I would much more curious about research around the reading impacts in our system and how only 20% of students in a particular grade level who are Black and Latino are reading on grade level, versus like the quality experience. Like if we're just like where we're investing and sharing data and all these things, like, that to me just feels much more urgent than this, which is almost like why I say like, let's just quiet the noise here, open up another school and like focus on the stuff that really matters, which is like the high concentrations of vulnerability and underperformance that exist throughout our system. That's my plea. But I have a question, I promise. And the question is, I guess it's for you, Superintendent. I'm hearing this sort of like, we're not going to revisit the policy for 5 years, sort of like threaded throughout, which I also don't agree with. Like we revisit things all the time. And like, it's not like Bible, like we made up the policy. Like, it's not like biblical. We don't have to like stick to it. Like we get to change it if we don't think it's working. So I ask you, with all the critique of the 10 points and an 8-tier system, like, how do you feel about the ways, the 10-point, I guess, is a major critique because it sort of moves around 7 schools. And then there is this critique that like the 8-tier system pits neighbors against neighbors. Maybe 8's too much in a city like ours. I think other places do 4 or 6. How does it land for you? How are you making meaning of it?
So I think, I think one of the things I said in my comments was that we are going to actively look to be able to bring to the body if there are areas that we're noticing in the data that we believe need more attention, that would not necessarily fall in the 5-year reeval of the policy. I think if there are things that are popping out, then we're sharing all the data to you and publicly to be able to have conversation about that and potentially some recommendation. So I don't think the team feels that we have to wait 5 years if we see something that we could potentially make some difference with. That said, I do think that the difficulty with this policy is this is the first full year. So you have kind of a last year that has partial to it. You have 2 years prior that aren't really good trend data in any way, shape, or form. So, making assumptions when there was a committee that spent a whole lot of time and had a whole lot of input, and now you've got just 1 full year of data, there's a risk to that to knee jerk and say, we're going to make a bunch of assumptions about it. So I think we have to look at the data or the trend, potentially even, maybe have a external outfit take a look and, look at it as well and sort of see what they see in terms of any kind of problems or bothersome trends. And then, if there are, we'll bring that back to the body.
Yeah. The last piece here for me is like, and I don't know how I wasn't here for this vote, so I'm not sure how we got to the 10+ points for people attending schools with 40% economically disadvantaged. Like I read it and it sort of makes me cringe because I think it like gives, it like offers like a white family like an upper hand for like just being around us. And like, oh, well, you got to go to school with poor people. So like you deserve a sort of an upper hand in this process. And so like, there's a part of it that feels like, and I've heard this critique, like it's not about the person anymore. It's about the community that you are and may not even be part of. Like, so I don't know, it's the sort of, I've heard many people sort of say, like, why is it not aligned to an individual? Why is it aligned to a school? I'd rather see folks who are economically disadvantaged get that 10 points than just someone who went to school with higher concentrations of need.
Yeah, and I think Executive Director Clarkson, I think that question was brought up like in previous time when they were creating the policy. So maybe you could sort of explain, because I had the same question myself, which I've asked, but you know, to be able for the public to explain why that would be very difficult to do.
Yeah, it is hard to do for several reasons. And so the current policy kind of looks at like the average economic disadvantage for a group. If we were to look at individual people, we'd have to somehow collect that information, which we're not currently collecting. Our office here at BPS deals with a lot of data collection. One thing that you all might be familiar with is the collection of lunch application forms to just be able to determine if students should be eligible for free and reduced price lunch. That was really difficult. And we didn't get that collected for all students. And that was to literally feed kids breakfast, lunch, and snack while they were with us. We've moved to a process where it's universal lunch for all students so that they're able to get fed while at school, which is very progressive compared to other areas. However, what that means is we see even fewer free and reduced price lunch applications. And that's kind of like the standard or a bar for being able to collect individual income for a family or a student. We also know that income changes very much from one year to the next for a family. And so being able to track that for 2 years for the application process becomes very meticulous and hard as well. It would be hard, really extremely hard to implement, and then to implement for all the students that we want to provide opportunity and access to this program for.
Probably. I know I'm out of time, but while hard, it would be doable to use school lunch forms with either a boots on. There are cities that have high numbers of turn-in for free and reduced lunch. They've like figured out a way. Before, in order to qualify for universal meals, they had to fight really hard to meet a threshold in order to get those forms in. And so we saw a valiant effort in parts of the US to get those forms in. That's at least the historical memory I have.
Superintendent, I'm sorry, can I chime in here on that real quick?
Oh, sure, go ahead, Tim.
I apologize. Sorry, April. Just to add some more context around the free and reduced meal applications. We went away from that a long time ago when a few schools, districts across the country were piloting a community eligibility provision to move away from collecting meal applications because it was so difficult to do and daunting to do. So many districts, larger districts like ours, are and have moved away from that practice. So currently, we directly certify the number of people that we have with the state that are on assistance in order to determine our percentage of kids that do qualify for assistance. And that's how we determine our free meals for students. So we don't calculate and collect free and reduced forms and have not done so for a very long time in the district because of the daunting paperwork associated with it and the lack of response that we tended to get from families in collecting those applications. So moving to a system that does something like that is really, really antiquated and really outdated. And I would just urge us to consider other ways to do that if we're going to go down that road.
Right. Then the last thing I'll offer for searching for suggestions, if you want the 10 points and you believe you're income eligible, I suspect you would show I'm just like, right now you're giving that 10 points away to folks who don't need it. And I think that is a bigger issue than we realize. I actually think I think the data would meet more of our desires and intended outcomes if we were more concentrated around who we were asking, if we were asking more pointedly folks who are economically disadvantaged and then giving them individually the 10 points, and I worry that the whole thing long-term, if we stick with this, becomes pro-gentrification in the process of becoming, trying to change the sort of shifting who is eligible for these schools, because all we're doing is going to promote folks going or moving into communities because they're going to see, oh, that school had 100% acceptance rate in that tier. And people will get smart. They'll like do the math in their head and figure out like, okay, I don't have to pay for private school. I can go here, I can do it this way. Versus again, like getting creative and getting aggressive and giving people who need the points, who we believe deserve the points, the way we're doing it for folks who are DCF involved, for folks who are living in shelters. Like, I'm not saying it's easy, but I think it could be more focused. I'm so out of time. Sorry, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Can I just quickly respond? I'll be
Please,
very brief,
thank you.
and it's just
Mhm.
2 points. The first is the example of the free and reduced price lunch application forms, which is just an example of how hard it is to collect that data for all students. And so that's the only reason why I brought that up. The second thing that I would respond to is the 10 points and using that threshold at the school level is more aligned to the research that the working group looked at that showed the experiences and the difficulty of related to schools with high levels of poverty concentration. So it's not necessarily the experience of an individual student, but the experience of being in a school with high levels of poverty.
Mhm. Yeah, this policy for me, and listening to both public comment this evening and some of the things that we are discovering, says more to me about what we're not doing for the rest of our district than what we are doing for 3 schools. We heard parents tonight saying, if my kid doesn't get in here, I don't know what to do for 7th grade. We've got hundreds of 7th grade classrooms, but as a district, we're not helping anybody to understand what they are offering. We're not asking other 7th grades to relook at the rigor that they are offering and perhaps do some of the same things that the exam schools are doing in terms of math. Or as a parent said today, why couldn't some other 7th grades have a Latin teacher as well? It doesn't stop us from looking at what the rest of our schools are doing, as a means of giving people real options. It's hard to hear that people only think we have 3 worthy high schools. We're not promoting them. And so, yes, these are important, but so is everything else. We've got an arts academy. We've got New Mission. We have other schools that are doing extraordinarily well. We're not looking at their outcomes. We're not helping people to see these are just as good and are preparing our students to do marvelous things and to go to college. So, if this is how parents are feeling about us, it's our fault for not having another narrative or another way of looking at it and holding ourselves accountable to do better in every other school.
Yeah, I fully agree, Chair. I think the focus has to be on both bringing up the quality and the rigor in all of our high schools, or all of our
Yeah,
schools, but
and
in
also
our high schools-
providing the resources. If we say
That's right.
it's a deficit because you're going to a school that has high levels of poverty, then we know that there are other resources that those schools need to balance the
That's right.
piece here. We should not, sometimes I feel like we get too comfortable making statements without saying, but why am I even accepting these words, instead of saying, what do I need to do differently? We say every child gets everything they need in every school, but then we turn around and say, oops, but not here, so we're going to give you 10 points. But not, there's something wrong with our own thinking as we do this. And in the end, we say we are here about improving student outcomes. I will say that until I can't say it anymore. So that every single thing that we're doing, we need to look at how is that really impacting student outcomes for every student, for the child who got a perfect score and then finds herself or himself without a seat. you know, and to the kids that are getting seats, and to making sure that they are also getting all the readiness and support so they can go and matriculate on their own efforts, and not to feel somehow, you know, they're not worthy of being there. But it's about putting that effort into every single school, and to put every single teacher on notice. You know, we've got pre-K, K and 1. We need to make sure our kids by K2 are ready. And then we get grades 1 to 3. They're supposed to all be reading on 3rd grade level. I mean, every quarter of a kid's life, there are real goals. But if we're not holding ourselves, our families, and our school and our teachers accountable, by the time we get to 7th grade, people are scrambling. But they shouldn't have to, because we should have very strong programming in grades 4, 5, and 6, so that every kid entering 7th grade gets there and is prepared. You know, and the last thing I want to say, I've got a few seconds, is that I heard Mr. Jenkins tonight be excited about a new Madison Park in 2028, which would be the 50th anniversary of their school. 2028 is the 150th anniversary of Girls Latin School /BLA.
Yeah.
And my hope is by 2028, we can clean out and give BLA the whole building that they are in, solidly sitting in Roxbury, so that they can expand not only their students, but the kinds of programming that that school also deserves. You know, we don't have to rebuild them, we need to clean it out and renovate, but it's a different story. But it's like, we've got gems, we have wonderful things, and we've got to do more than just settle that there are only 3 schools that are worthy of all of our attention, and it's gotten a lot of our attention against all of the other schools. You know, I am too, you know, in our hopes is that we could look at the number of students that want to go to these schools, and to figure out how we can look at expanding over the next several years to do that. You know, we talked about last week not wanting to administratively assign kids to schools where they may or may not go. We've got people clamoring to go to schools. So we should be looking at creating places so that not only to these schools, but that we will have other schools that people will be clamoring to go to too. So, you know, we just have to up our game to what's really needed and important for our kids as we're moving forward this through this piece. Are there other comments, questions as before we move on?
Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome. I think I've lost my script.
It deserved a moment afterwards, so thank you, Chair.
All right, I want to thank Denise, Dr. Tavares, and your whole teams. I know that there are a whole lot of other people not here tonight that have helped to get this presentation and to do this work. I want to thank you all, and we do look forward to moving on and to hearing more about this in future updates. We want to move on now to public comments on reports. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. We have no speakers or public comment on reports.
Okay, so we want to go to new business. I know Mr. Carter Hernandez, you wanted to raise something, okay? Good clarification.
I'm actually going to skip it because I have a different new business thing, and I'll survive not asking my previous question. I just want to hear, is there an update on the pay issues for teachers that we heard about 2 weeks ago? The folks doing that incredible training of their peers.
Yes, so first, Chair, I just also want to thank Dr. Eccleston and Executive Director Clarkson.
Yes.
Part of the team.
Yes.
They both did amazing work, as did many, many other people,
Yeah.
to get the presentation to the flex. Yes, so we after that meeting, we literally went to see where the pocket of folks were, because our understanding was it had been resolved. There were a handful of folks they've gotten some of that pay already. My understanding is on the MTEL prep side, I met today with RCD. There's a few on the fellowship side that we are working through right now, and then that should complete it. We've also been working hard within OHC to address going forward for payroll, how to prevent these kinds of things from happening. In the case of the MTEL prep, it's like very much oriented in the length of the job has changed. And so we have some ideas about how to be able to work with that unit and the teachers union to simplify the payments so that it's easier for them and it's easier for the payroll office, cutting down on the stipends. But my understanding is we took care of the MTEL prep side and we're working on the last few.
Perfect. I'm sure you are doing this as the executive, but I would also hope that we go back to whatever the sort of support line structure is, because I know these folks their first line of defense was not to come to school committee and sit through our meeting. Like, they had to have called someone for help, and like, I don't know, Control F in some document, like their names, because there has to be a ticket that helps us understand where that breakdown happened, not just on the structural side of payment, but like on the actual help and support they got.
Yes, and I just thank committee for, I know it's been a lot of contracts coming through you and needing to process and approve. But in part, that really did create a chokehold in the system for payroll because they were years in arrears. So they were not only having to correct the current pay, but they had to, in the integrated contracts for all of these units, go back and then figure out who needed to be paid what at what time. And that's employees who have left, employees who are still here. So we will not have that going into the new year because we've done the hard work of getting these contracts up to date and creating a staggered schedule.
Copy. Two more things. We talked about, I told you I'd ask you about this week, around the merger that we discussed that we voted on last time we were together. There was supposed to be a timeline release. I just want a thumbs up that happened, and that we would hopefully be getting some clarity around a timeline update folks wanting leadership transitions and notifications.
Sure. Chief Stanislaus, can you just inform us if that timeline was released?
Okay.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Yes, the timeline was released to the design team and the principals at the school communities.
Perfect. And maybe I won't push for this week, but I think the next question is like when we'll have more clarity around sort of leadership identification, so folks know who's sort of leading them through the process. My last new business piece is around this ethnic studies piece that we heard a lot about this evening.
There's the two pieces of it. The two pieces, the ethnic studies request in the request for a statement
And
of support that we've not gotten. Besides hearing the request tonight, I had requested that we should have received something prior to read to understand the request. And so I'm still asking that we receive these because the number of people that signed up for public comment was a surprise without a presentation or a prior request. So we're trying to get that, circle back to get that so that we will have it before our next meeting.
Perfect. I wanted to know that. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else? All right, if there's hearing nothing else, that concludes our business for this evening, and we will have our next virtual school committee meeting on Wednesday, June 21st at 5 p.m. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins, Mr. Cadet Hernandez,
Yes.
Ms. Lopera, Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Tran, Mr. O'Neill.
Yes. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
It's unanimous. Thank you.
thank you. Good
Awesome.
evening. See you in a
Good
couple of, good night.